USB. Oh wow.
Percobaan saya dulu. Tes. Ada? Oke. Alright.
Selamat datang ke seminar kajian tindakan. Macam situ je. Tes. Dengar. Itu buat mungkin tu.
Pakai ini dah dengar.
Semalam kan boleh meja. Sebab kita live.
Kena semalam juga saya akan gunakan and then saya akan
Keynote. Kena speaker. Ada sih keynote speaker tak dah confirm je. Oh Jepun ya. Jepun Thailand dulu.
Sabar. Auto dah.
Silent tak kan?
Kita mau. Hello nak.
Hello.
Dah nak. Bawa ke iPhone deh. Nyamuk ke iPhone. Arigato gozaimasu. Kami memang Ramadan tidak. Mau siapkan ilah. Oh, tak ada. Selamat datang kepada semua penonton.
Dengar?
Kuatlah.
Inilah nak dengar slang lepas tu. Aduh, banyak-banyak.
Hello. Yes. Makannya tu.
Kau kena jam lagi.
Tu. Filter. Okay. Yes. Jangan. Cobaan. Betul-betulan. Bukan cobaan.
Cubaan.
Okay. Cuba klip.
Tes.
Dia pernah angkat kami belakang mic kita.
Coba saya.
Betul.
Bian. Ada beberapa.
And we switch the mobile phones to silent mode to
Nak dengar dengan kuat.
Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention. Thank you.
Macam ni. Hello.
Boleh. Sebab kami Jap. Buat bagi
Tes. Dua.
Gemar.
Satu, dua, tiga.
Oh.
Dua. Dua. Satu, dua, tiga. Lagi. Sebenarnya kajian tindakan pendidikan peringkat antarabangsa. Oke.
Kami sikit je.
Sedikit.
Buang sikit je lagi sekejap.
Dua, satu, dua, tiga, empat, lima, enam, tujuh, delapan, sembilan, 10. Dua, satu, dua, tiga. Habis.
Listen. Hello. Tes. Hello. Tes.
Selamat datang ke seminar kajian tindakan.
Oke, kita buat information ya. Pagi ini kita akan mulakan dengan penyampaian pertama keynote speaker daripada Jepun yang selanjutnya yaitu Dr. Yuki Takahashi. Kemudian akan diikuti dengan pembentangan kajian tindakan, pembentangan yang ke-14 meningkatkan tahap penguasaan kulit. Oke, pembentangan 15 teacher short video. Apa? Ada? Pembentangan ke-16 using film onomatopoeia. Oke. Pembentangan 17 teknik jadwal 5 ayat. Pembentangan 18 menggunakan project level up. Level up ada. Oke. Pembentangan ke-19 meningkatkan kebenaran mengenal murid tahun 5 menggunakan heavy ada. Oke. Pembentangan yang ke-20 the use of Q-code. Oke. Pembentangan 21 penggunaan inovasi label bahasa Melayu. Oke. Pembentangan 22 teknik barat ada. Oke. Kemudian di sebelah petang kualitatif study.
Hello. Selamat datang. Kelak buat bersalin selamat datang.
Buka yang mentang. Itu jadi buka tu. Dah tak on. Nak ikut dapur. Kalau dapur.
Oh, situ kan?
Oh, dia masuk. Dia kena lain ni tangkapnya.
Oh.
Kriston lah. Ya, cuba ni. Pilih apa?
Selamat datang.
Hello ni.
Daripada Jepun tu dah masuk. Biar dulu. Selamat datang ke seminar kajian tindakan.
Haloi, itu kau haloi.
Sekali.
Kenapa sebuah haloi? Kau pernah?
Kini tu, tu ke tu? Pakai dua-dua lah. Tak baju. Eka itu pun. Ada start kah? Tukar? Datuk. Okey. Okey. Dah.
Tes. Hello. Selamat datang ke seminar kajian tindakan pendidikan peringkat Antarabangsa tahun 2022.
Macam tu. Sebelum mic. Selamat datang ke seminar kajian tindakan. Dengar. Tapi dia tak keluar lah sebab dia live kan. Jadi maki apa tu?
Ha?
Maki apa tu?
Mengikat kekal lah. Macam balik je lah. Tu pakai wabak, pakai mendengar siu.
Oh, jadi waktu belakangan yang punya jangan akan
Oh,
begitu je.
tu silap pakai gig. Ataupun jap.
Dia dah boleh salutasi tak ada dengar pastinya mereka start dengan. Tu je. Okey. Selamat datang ke seminar kajian tindakan. Selamat datang ke seminar kajian tindakan peringkat antarabangsa. Kami asal better pegang lah. Kami asal better pegang lah.
Itu je lah. Dia pakai dalam mengat.
So pakai dua.
Oh, okey, dua. Tu pakai dalam YouTube.
Tu pula waktu belakangnya.
Baru okey tu je.
Tu siap boleh.
Oh, silap.
Kau bawa dia pula dari yo kuah.
Ya.
Kita masih menunggu Dr.
USB lah tu.
untuk get ready. Jadi harap semua bersama ya.
Enak ni bahaya yang bapi. Nak ulat tu. USB dah tu.
Satu lah. Nak cuba mak. Banyak pula kuat
Gambar hari tu.
Anu. Orang Melayu dia. Ada kuahnya, pelik amun pelik.
Ini lagi setting.
Kano. Bukano. Oh, soalnya dia setting lo.
Petang kan banyak. Mau harga petang tu.
Ini general.
Siap.
Mau bilang
Okey.
lo, orang kata tuan tu tampar.
Oh, wah hilang ya. Hilang.
USB teh. Tutup dia.
Untuk USB tu siapa ni?
Ni faham. Kan
Nak dia. Nak nyolo si
general tu tanya dek. Left tu Ruka. Ya apa ni dia dek?
Mouse tu.
Nah, nyonyok.
Oh. Kita makan malam dah baca bismillah nak. Yang muka putih dalamnya.
Selera yang tu. Dua bahan merik dah ke api okey tambah.
Dan
Dah lah.
jadi tukar kamera kan hilang lagi tu nya. Dah start kan?
Dr. Anis, Cikgu Anis. Boleh duduk bersama-sama dengan Dr. Joshua dan Dr. Teo di hadapan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and very good morning ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to welcome Cikgu Anis bin Madli, Pegawai Pendidikan Daerah Serato, and of course
a warm welcome for Dr. Joshua Anak Akun and Dr. Teo Anak Juin, wakil daripada Jabatan Pendidikan Negeri Sarawak. Thank you very much for having us here today. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants in this hall, it is my pleasure to be a moderator for this seminar. I'm Shahrizad bin Sarbini, and of course, I have Ustazah Zainab and Miss Nora Amalina Hasbi with me. And on behalf of PPD Serato, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. We hope you will learn a lot today, and we have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging. And of course, to begin our program and our seminar, we are pleased to have Dr. Miyuki Takahashi from Japan. Where is she? We are waiting for her. Kita masih menunggu lagi kehadiran daripada Dr. Miyuki Takahashi. Dan untuk makluman, sementara kita menunggu kehadiran Dr. Miyuki secara atas talian bersama kita pada pagi ini, kita pada hari ini akan ada beberapa pembentangan lagi yang menampilkan peserta-peserta yang hebat-hebat belaka dengan kajian tindakan masing-masing. Dan kita harapkan semua dapat memberikan kerjasama yang baik supaya program kita berjalan dengan lancar. Dan first, saya sekali lagi, I would like to seek your cooperation in completing this seminar. Kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode to avoid any interruption. Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Miyuki, can you hear me? Dr. Miyuki, where are you? I still can't see you, Dr. Miyuki. Oh, okay. Untuk makluman hadirin sekalian juga, bersama kita adalah Dr. Joshua Kesley Anak Akun dan Dr. Teo Anak Juin yang duduk bersama dengan Encik Anis bin Madli di hadapan ini, dan mereka adalah yang bertanggungjawab untuk memberikan pemarkahan dan juga meletakkan siapakah yang bakal menerima anugerah platinum, emas, gangsa dan penyertaan untuk seminar kajian tindakan pendidikan peringkat antarabangsa pada kali ini. Hi Dr. Miyuki, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you? So sorry, it's many troubles. So
We are
because
so happy to having you here, and
Yeah.
of course I would like to welcome you to our seminar, and we hope you can sit back, relax, and enjoy, and of course,
Yeah.
giving us something special to all the participants here with your seminar for educational action research from Dr. Miyuki Takahashi from Japan. Please.
Yeah.
A big applause to her.
Thank you. So, the first, could you show my slides that the day before yesterday I sent only the slides?
Okay, please share her slideshow that she had shared by yesterday. Okay, hold on a second, Doctor.
Yeah.
And for your information, Dr. Miyuki, also being here today is Dr. Joshua Kesley Anak Akun and Dr. Teo Anak Juin from Educational Department in our country, and of course from Sarawak.
Apa? Berata?
Okay, Dr. Miyuki.
Thank you.
Okay, we have it here. Globalization and English Education of Japan. So excited to hear this today, and it's a great honor to having Dr. Miyuki. And before that, Dr. Miyuki, we would like to read your extended profiles a little bit. Please, Ms. Amalina.
Okay, so before the presentation begins, Allow me to introduce the first keynote speaker for today. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Tindakan from Japan. She is currently a professor, Graduate School of Practitioners in Education and Graduate School of Education, Comparative Virtual Course in Subject Development from Aichi University of Education. Her educational qualifications are as follows. In 2009, she attained her PhD in philosophy from the Kyoto University, Kyoto, Japan. And her major research concern is English education for children, especially the development of practical communication skills and the application of the CFR in the Japanese elementary schools and secondary schools. She was also a member of the CFR in Japanese version project. She had also taken charge of BA and A1 level part, primary school and secondary school. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our first keynote speaker. She will deliver a presentation entitled Globalization and English Education of Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Yuki Takahashi.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be able to speak to you today. Today, I'd like to talk about globalization and the English education of Japan. At first, I'd like to show my background. Okay, so the left the picture is so sorry is turn the back to the first please back to the first no the first. So yeah, thank you. Okay, there. First, I'd like to be show my background. I have taught English teaching method in the training of press service teachers in the light picture, and a teacher training college at Saitama University of Education. I have also been involved the training in service teacher. The please look at the left slide is the in service teacher at the December's. That yesterday is also the teacher training in service. So sorry, the schedule is changed. Okay, next presentation, the panel, please. Okay. So we need a form of education that will develop the skill necessary for the dramatically changed society of the future. The Ministry of Education, the Culture and Sports Science and Technology. Okay, next is prepared the new course study starting at 2020 academic year with the following wishes. Number one, we hope that what children learn at school will become the life skills and lead them to tomorrow and their lives beyond. Number two, no matter how much society changes and how representative it becomes in the future, we hope that children will find their own challenges, learn by themselves, think, judge, and act of their own initiated as realize the happiness they version of themselves. Number three, we want to create bright future together. Okay, next, please. This diagram is outline for the Japanese version of curriculum design based on the three pillars of qualities and abilities to be developed. Number one, knowledge and skills. In other words, what do the student know and what can they do? Number two, abilities to think, make decisions, and express oneself. In other words, how the student use what they know and can do. Number three, initiative and diversity and collaboration, ability to learn, humanities, etc. In other words, how students interact with society and the world to reach better lives, ability towards learning, humanity, etc. And in the school classroom, students will involve not only what they learn, but also how they learn it. Okay, next please. In order to develop the ability to create new values while collaborating with others as human beings with independent personalities, students need to first focus on, for example, the ability to relate it to independence and autonomy, interpersonal skills, problem-solving skills, ability to learn, ability to use information, ability to cope with globalization, and practical skills related to building a sustainable society, SDGs. Next, please. In particular, the qualities and abilities related from the perspective of the fosters the ability to create new values as an independent human being and in cooperation with others, while also keeping an eye on future changes in society, such as globalization and the advancement information and communication technology. In Japan, we are expected to face the world in the midst of world in the midst of globalization. We need to understand the language and culture of our own and other countries and to utilize our features and good qualities as Japanese people in order to active form a global perspective and culture of their own and countries and to be active from global perspective by making the most of Japanese virtues and good qualities. The development of the qualities and abilities necessary to understand that the language and culture of own and their other countries. To utilize one's big virtues and good qualities as Japanese person, and to play an active role from a global perspective is required. Okay, next please. This is a comparison of TOEFL scores in Asia. Singapore in the first place, India, Pakistan, Malaysia, your country, Bangladesh, Hong Kong, and the Philippines, the fellow. All of these countries have English as an official languages in some areas or use English on daily basis. Our neighbors South Korea, Taiwan, China scores 83, 83, and 81 points respectively. And Japan is sad from the bottom of the score of 72. For this reason, the course of study, which at the beginning introduced in the 202 school year, set a goal to improve English proficiency. Next, please. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, and Science Technologies policy on English education in elementary schools changes every 10 years. Elementary school English became a compulsory subject as a foreign language and was introduced as fellows from 7027 to 7018. But so you are very funny because only the elementary third grade and fourth grade is once a week only. And so the fifth grade and sixth grade is twice a week. So it's too small. Okay, so please go ahead to the next please. But in 2018, new course study is announced, and the foreign language was introduced as subject at 5th and 6th grade. And foreign language activities introduced and the compulsory subject and 3rd and 4th grade. Each country's is each curriculum is showed here. So it's too small and it's not good. It's not enough for the Japanese and the students is improved in the skill English. Yeah, next please. Next please. Okay. So before, please look at the left side is before 2020. Is the right side is from and then just now is 2020. Okay. So the new course is the bottom up, and so the 3rd and 4th grade students also teach English, and the high school student is more improved. So it's changed. The goal of foreign language education have changed significantly in the new course of studies regarding and their consist goals from elementary school to high school, namely, what will you be able to use in English? It is shown in detail of 5 areas of 4 skills. 5 areas for skills is listening, speaking, but so speaking is 2, interaction and presentation, and reading and writing. Next, please. This is a part of objective of curriculum guidelines for foreign language studies in the 5th grade and 6th grade elementary schools. Next, please. It's related to forming two thoughts while organizing information, expressing ourselves and communicating. By setting specific tasks, give instruction to every people to acquire the following through organization and expressing information and forming their own thoughts, etc. In accordance with the purpose, scenes, and situation in which the communication is taking place. Next, please. It is related to forming thoughts while organizing and information expressed and oneself and communicating. Number 2 is to calibrate the base for the abilities to communicate their own thoughts and feeling, etc. So by listening and speaking about simple, similar topic. Okay, so next, please. So number 3 is ability toward learning humanity, etc. So number 3 is deepen the pupil's understanding of the underlying culture of foreign languages and foster an attitude to attempting to actively communicate in foreign languages while giving consideration to people they are the communication with. Next, please. This is part of the objective of the curriculum guidelines for foreign language studies of junior high schools. Overall objective to develop student communication and form the communication, such as understanding, express, and communicating the simple information and thought, etc. And outline below those language activities, listening, reading, and speaking, and writing in the foreign language, while activities approaches in communication to foreign languages. Okay, next, please. Next, please. Okay, this is also the knowledge and skills, number 1 pillars. To understand the knowledge of the sounds, vocabulary, expression, grammar, and function of the foreign languages. acquire these skills, which can be utilized in communication when it is in reading, speaking, and writing. Okay, next, please. This one is also the ability to think, make decisions, and express oneself. So to cultivate activities to understand simple information. Okay, go ahead to the next, please. The third one is ability toward learning, humanity, etc. Number 3, to depend of students to understand of the underlying culture of foreign language and foster in attitude of attempt to prove activities of communication in foreign language. Okay, next please. Okay, this is the number 3. Please look at the number 3. It's compared in elementary school and junior high school. So number 1 and number 2 is the different and the elementary schools to upgrade in the junior high school proficiency. However, is number 3 is how to relate to society and the world and to lead the better life is only almost the same. So number 3, regarding human nature towards the learning, elementary, junior high school, and high school have similar. Goal is similar. Number 3 is ability toward learning human and etc. is foreign language studies, which is how to relate to society and the world and lead in the better life. Is also the same. Next, please. Oh, these are the elementary school foreign language textbooks published in accordance with the new course of studies. Just now is Japanese elementary school textbook is 7 publishers. Notes of the characters. Please notice of the characters of this textbook. They are international characters. English treated as a lingua franca. Therefore, the characters are not only from English-speaking countries, but also Asian and South American and various countries where English is a second language. Of course, Japanese are also characters, as English is a foreign language learner. Next, please. English language education for 3rd and 4th grade elementary school students is conducted as foreign language activities, not foreign language education, only English activities. The Ministry of Education, Culture and Sports, Science and Technology has created Let's Try. So Let's Try a kind of the textbook as a teaching materials for the foreign language activities. It is used as an alternative textbooks. In the Let's Try Unit 1, hello, this is page. Children, different national flags and ethnics wave their hands and say hello and in their mother tongue. And for example, the Chinese person is ni hao. Japanese person is konnichiwa. So in the class activities are conducted to help children realize that there are many different countries in the world and each country has its own language. The children are encouraged to realize that there are many different countries in the world and each country has its own language. Next, please. The 3rd grade Japanese elementary school's foreign language activities class. The teacher has the American flags. So teacher says English and students learn to speak about themselves to their friends in English using English about the names of things such as food, sports, and in the daily life things. So the students used to for the self-introductions. Next, please. Let's try 2. It's about 4th grade students use this textbook. So unit 1 is hello. Hello world. In the world map with people from 11 countries, including the United States, Russia, and Saudi Arabia, India, China, New Zealand, etc. And say hello in their native language. People from 11 countries includes US. About these countries, children say hello in their native language, and so English and hello in lingua franca. And so please look at the some letters. China, New Zealand, and the USA, and Russia. And so there are many alphabet and Kirill and Hiragana and Arabic. So there are greeting letters in the countries. There, and please look at the some pictures. They are show the 5 countries. Also, the show is the hello. So it's very different to hello. The pose is the gesture is different. So the class learned that there are differences in letters and gestures among countries, that hello is the same greeting. But so all the word is hello is the same greeting. And the student learned that the same greeting is used the US and New Zealand, and New Zealand and US is English words is the same. That there are several countries that use the letters of the alphabet. So Malaysia is also used to the alphabet. Yeah, Japanese is very different. And the China and Japanese is also the kanji is the same. But so in Japan, Japanese students used to hiragana and katakana. Okay, go ahead to next page, please. Next, please. Yeah. This textbook is used for 5th grade foreign language education. Children can have a simulated experience of communicating with children of the same grade. They can also learn about the language and culture of the various countries in which they are learning English. So look at the left side is she is a Filipino Api. So the Japanese student is very strange. So she is very earlier. What time do you get up? I usually get up 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock is too early for the Japanese student. But please look at the very small pictures. Can you show? So this one. So the reason for this earlier and the early riser is so she is a fish water. This is a fish waters is her job. So she said in Japanese is fetching water is my work, she said. Yeah, I'm very surprised, and Japanese student is very surprised. Okay, and so go ahead, the light picture. So this is the light picture is Cookie. Cookie is from Paraguay. So Paraguay is a very hot country. So he has never seen snow. So he would like to go to Russia to see snows. So this is his dream. Okay, go ahead. The next page, please. Next. This is a fifth grade foreign language education class students learning English vocabulary and express to tell their friends around the world what they can do. The class beginning with the children listening to and understanding a model conversation between the Japanese teacher, fluent, and Japanese super students, Japanese English teachers, and the assistant teacher. Assistant teacher is a foreigner, so they are the models of the communication, and so the student learn how to communication in English and then practice. Next, please. Okay, now let's talk about the independent learning using textbook. Miss Beryl and Mr. Sasha are introducing themselves. At the end of self-introduction, Australia Beryl talks to Japanese child watching the video. What subject do you like? Okay, this is hello, my name is Bella. My birthday is January 11th. My favorite subject is Japanese. I like PE and drama too. What subject do you like? So this is the models of the how to speech, and the last one is to ask the audience. And so the Japanese student learn how to speak like the Bella. And in addition, I think that the children can interested by answers Bella's quiz and focusing on the relationship of the world. In other words, Japan, such the French who is learning English as a foreign language, and he likes Japanese anime by introducing himself. Oh, please look at the light pictures. So Sasha is a French person, so he likes Japanese anime. Finally, and he talking to the child watching the video. What characters do you like? So he thinks that the children can try to answer this question using the express they have already learned, that they can be conscious of trying to make use of what they have learned. Go ahead, next please. Next please. This page, so you find the list of the world's most predictive cuisines. The purpose here is to learn about the world cuisines. So linguiça, tortilla, foga, satay, and pad thai, etc. Then we ask the children if there are similar foods in Japan. For example, similar food is satay in Indonesia. Japanese food is yakitori. So I think this content is be aware of the global society of comparing Japanese culture with world culture. Go ahead, next please. Here. So this is COPE studies of 15 pages. COPE study that's a way of consideration the difference depending of the culture background of the listening readers and speakers and writers who use a foreign language, and that is also necessary to nature human resources who sought foreign language studies acquire a spirit of tolerance, peace, international collaboration, etc., with consolation and acceptable or others and able to think from many different perspectives. It is also necessary to nature human resources who can think multilaterally and acquired a spirit of tolerance and acceptance, peace, and international collaboration through foreign language study. And so from the English. Okay, go ahead, next page. So the textbook is more the culture and to share the living with. So this one is the high school textbooks. The left side is first grade and right side is third grade. These photos show the challenges in Kenya and Afghanistan. Students can develop their mind and global citizens by learning about issues related of the SDGs, such as water issues and equaling education and international support. Next, please. This textbooks covered not only the international support, but also new perspective in international understanding education and cross-cultural understanding education, such as collaborative support between foreigners and Japanese people in the Great East Japan earthquake and other disasters. Disasters. Yeah, and this is the third grade, the junior high school student textbook. I think it's very important things between the foreigners and Japanese is collaborative support. Go ahead, next, please. Also, with junior high school students from different countries, as the same global citizen, think about the problem of the earth. For example, this is about the presentation of the effort of junior high school students from all over the world to protect the environment. Next, please. The content of this page is to learn about the goodness of the world and the goodness of Japan, and acquire spirit of tolerance to accept foreigners as well as transmit Japanese culture in order to coexist with each other. So I went to the Bangladesh. So almost 8 pictures. Yeah, is very I think it's the rikusho. So Japanese culture is very surprised to that one. It is about the 50 years ago. So the rickshaw is almost the same in Japanese car. Yeah, it's a goodness, and yeah, so we accept it and we learn about another country's goodness. Next, please. So, and we also know the Japanese cultures to the foreigners. So this is a class that use the traditional Japanese games, kendama, and paper balls to communicate Japanese culture to the world. Next, please. And this content of the textbook to the junior high school, the second years textbook is the use of the activities in which students serve as a guide for the tourists from the abroad. Next, please. This is summary. Japanese foreign language education teaches English as the international languages. Textbooks are used elementary school foreign language activities to learn about the diversity of language in the world. In elementary school English education, students will develop a foundation of communication to understand Japanese people around the world. In junior high school foreign language education, they are written for the purpose of working together with Japanese and foreigners to coexist with people of the world, transmitting in the Japanese culture to be understood by people of the world, and acquire a spirit of tolerance to accept foreigners. This is exactly what it means to cultivate the ability to live in a global society. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you. That's all.
Can you hear me, Doctor?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the great presentation just now. Thank you for the great presentation just now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
it's quite interesting actually to learn that we do share similarities in terms of the implementation of CFR,
Wow.
because here in Malaysia we do have our Malaysian education blueprint, and
Mm-hmm.
one of the main aspects in our six student aspirations is the bilingual proficiency.
Mm-hmm.
So we try to emphasize the ability to communicate with the outside world. So I would like to ask you,
Mm-hmm.
do you put the same emphasis of other skills, the same as communication skills?
Yes, of course. But so gradually is about 20 years before and now is gradually communication English is yeah more mainly. But before is the purpose of learning English is to uh, enter the university or so the students learn only the grammar and reading, but they can't communicate and foreigners. So it is a problem. The Ministry of Education is yeah changed. The course study is changed. Just now is communication is the most important things. Yeah.
Okay, so that sounds interesting. And
Mhm.
then I actually would like to know more about. I noticed that in your textbook, the
Mhm.
CFR for in Japanese version,
Mhm.
there are some words or sentences written in the native language. So, do you practice direct translation method in class, and how much does the native language affect the implementation of CFR?
Depends on the class. Because almost the elementary school teacher is not good at speaking English. So the English, uh, so English speaking the person, the foreigners help and to the Japanese teacher, homeroom teacher. So homeroom teacher is say only the Japanese, and the English teacher is speak English. However, is from the junior high school student and understand little English. So the teacher teaches in a small English, and the high school student is high school is depend on the high school level. Mostly the top, the high school is speak only maybe the teach English. However, the low class and is not good at to the students cannot understand the English, so the teachers speak Japanese.
I see, because
Yeah,
that means it depends on their abilities and their level of proficiency, right?
yeah. So level of proficiency is very important for teaching. And however,
Because
is yeah, elementary school is also the same proficiency. There, however, is the teacher's proficiency is different. Yeah.
Because I also practice that. I'm also teaching English, and then sometimes we also
Mm.
use direct translation method
Mm.
to help them understand better.
Yeah. But so I visited the Malaysia's elementary schools and about September 23rd. Yeah, I'm very surprised because the teacher speaks only English, and the other speak and the English ability is very high, and so students can understand everything. Yeah, and the students can understand everything in English, and they only speak English. Or about the fifth grade, I think. Yeah.
That depends on their level of proficiency, because
Mm-hmm.
here we
Mm-hmm.
have different level of schools here. For example, schools in rural areas, they
Mm-hmm.
might need more guidance, and we are also using our native language to teach English.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah.
but thank you for the great presentation, Doctor.
Thank you. So
Um,
sorry. Yeah, that's
yeah,
a good.
I'm also sorry that we have a kind of limited time to adhere to.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could hear more about CFR in Japanese version.
Mm. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Miyuki, for the great presentation. I also believe that it has enriched our insight
Mhm.
and knowledge regarding the theme of this seminar. And then it was a pleasure to have you with us today.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you and see you
Thank you.
again.
Thank you.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye. Okay. Is it all right to こうかな?
Hello. 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 Itu masih keluar. Ini level tu. Level sama-sama.
Rehat tu sambung ke bawah. Cakapkan sambung.
Một đứa tự Kira. Betul lah. Ya, kapnya dua. Ya, tiap main next senjata.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be hearing a presentation. You'll be hearing a presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be hearing a presentation from Dr. Nam Quang Nguyen Yen and Tu Nguyen Yen from Vietnam. But before that, I would like to introduce our second keynote speakers for today. Dr. Nam Quang Nguyen Yen now is a lecturer at the Faculty of Psychology and Pedagogy under National University of Education. She has been focusing on teacher education, more preferably on in-service teacher education, with nearly 20
established national and international conferences relating to teacher professional development through lesson study, learning study. She is also one of the main trainers in the Ministry of Education and Peringkat with training primary and high school with the orientation of the 2018 National Education Curriculum, engaging with guiding and supporting the teachers to operate activities in their schools. Next one, Su Mungian is a PhD student in Hanoi National University of Education who gets very high achievement in scientific research in his graduation. He decides to continue his study in education, ICT, and technological teaching. He's also doing research on online learning distance education. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our second keynote speakers, Dr. Nam Kong Nguyen and Tu Nguyen. They will deliver a presentation entitled Student Readiness of Involving in Online Learning in Universities of Education, the research in Hanoi National University of Education. Let's welcome both of them.
Yes, okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm so honored to be here today with you, with my PhD student, Tu Nguyen. And my presentation, the very first slide, please. The very first slide, please, is the name of our presentation. We are going to give you the presentation of student readiness of involving in online learning in universities of education. One of my research in Hanoi National University of Education, that is our affiliation. And the second slide is the image of my university. Please show it, please. Yes. Yes, thank you. This is my university, and I'm so looking forward to all of you will come to visit us, and we are so willing and so honored to host you in our university. And our presentation today will give you, first of all, the overview, or secondly, research results, and then we would like to give you some conclusion about the research. And the fourth number, the fourth slide. Yes. Our overview would like to give you four aspects in the context of Vietnam now. First of all is the open code system Moodle. And you know that one of the meaning of this system is to enhance the online teaching and learning. Secondly, we are doing the research on the paper and publication in the world. That is, there are a considered number of the papers to give the factors impacting on interaction in online learning and student readiness for online learning. Next slide, please. Yes, and thirdly, we would like to give to clarify the governmental policies. In Vietnam, we have the documents legally to develop the target with online learning support since 2002. And the fourth aspect in our overview is the research in Vietnam, and we have a number of research on students online learning. However, there has not been the research of student readiness in online learning, and we decided to have a research on this aspect as each psychologically and pedagogically aspect in this. I mean that the criteria of online learning. The next slide, please. And then one of the that essential context for our research is the online education system has been still in a very early stage. Since 2007, that is considered as our starting point of the online learning and also the open system model for teaching and learning. In 2015, there were mass conferences on online learning and online education nationwide. And since then, especially in 2020, you know that there was a pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and there was a very, very strong, large, and radical transformation in teaching into online system. And after then, and so on to present, we also have the researches of the situation of online learning on, and after. Pre, in, and post pandemic. And we also have shared the research globally about this issue. The next slide, please. And then we would like to share you the research result. First of all, the terminology. Secondly, the characteristics of student online learning in university education. And then we would like to share you the result in the situation of student readiness in online learning in my university, Hanoi National University of Education. The next slide, please. Yes, and in terms of the terminology, thanks to the full version, you may read all the issues and the materials we have supplied. I just in this presentation, I would like to give the core terminology of this issue. That is the student learning readiness in University of Education is the readiness which is of student in University of Education. And in terms of psychology and learning conditions in training curriculum through the internet. Next slide, please. And then we would like to give you the 4 characteristics of student online learning in University of Education. For sure, if you would like to read all the material and our paper in full version, you may see the literature review and the terminology and the characteristics of the online learning in general. However, in this presentation, with the limited time, I just would like to give you the critical characteristics of the student online learning in University of Education in terms of the readiness. That the first of all is a learning target. The learning target is to ensure the knowledge, continuation, and personal development for each student. Secondly is the learning methods. You know that the way we use the method in physical classroom is very essential factor impacting on our learning online. And thirdly, we would like to give the characteristics of learning content. You know that the content of the knowledge in the training curriculum and also the courses, the activities happened in each classroom, even with the physically or virtually, is so important to clarify the characteristic of our student readiness in online learning. And the fourth, last but not least, is assessment, because you know that the transformation from physical classroom into online classroom is so important with the assessment, and we still be aware and be sure for the quality of the lesson is based on the assessment, and the way we use method and tools to evaluate the lesson is very important to continue our process in teaching and learning. And in the next slides, we would like to give you, next slide, please. Yeah, we would like to give you the main results in the situation of student readiness in online learning in our university. The next slide, please, is the next slide, please.
Okay.
Yes, is our the table and the figure for online learning conditions and two. You may present this.
Yes, okay. Hello everyone. To participate in online courses, learning conditions such as the learning space, equipment, and network computer are very important factors which directly affect the quality of courses. When investing learning condition internet computer, we assess for its ability to learning equipment, provide personally learning equipment, internet connect, and learning space. In terms of preparation for learning conditions, the network computer is the spatial factor of information system with uh, average of 2.87. One of the advantages of online learning is that there is no limit to the learning space, and students can free choose the best learning space that best suits the all condition and subjects. Characteristically, the same rhythm has been found in many other study. Students are very satisfied with their own learning space. The second, the second, uh, the second place is the ability to master the use of learning tools. With an average score of 2.75. After long periods of epidemic, so this um, group of 4-year students will have more experience, ex, experience and skill in adapting to the second environment, building methods, and using learning equipment to the second. In addition, many courses in the university are taught by teachings for other departments. Different departments have are taught different departments have a different system. So is different for high school. Students need time to adapt to this website with many learning styles. Finally, the internet connect available is 2.34. The network connection line is affected by many different factors. In the regular one student share, in the first stage of my online learning study in Hanoi, the connection was three stable. But when I returned to my hometown, the network was much slow. So I have to register to update its many internet packets. Overall, the average level of the 4-year student is higher than these other three groups, and also higher than the average level. It can be seen that these adaptation and change of the 4-year student has been a relatively good level in the preparation for learning condition. Network computer are more thorough. So
Yeah.
next slide, yes.
Next slide, please. Thank you, too. Yeah, and in the next slide, you may see the figures of the student self-regulated learning, and you may see in the result got from 347 participants. We have the result of the ranking for the item I have rich materials in online learning is the very first ranking with the average score as 2.67, and then the item of I have suitable methods in online learning, and I probably share the ideas in my online learning is respectively ranking the next. And this so that our students' self-regulated learning is quite good preparation, and also the readiness in terms of their competence of the self-regulated learning. In the next slide, please. Yes. In this slide, we would like to give the result of the attitude to online learning with the 5 items. And you may see that with the average of 2.75, the very first ranking in attitude to online learning, the item I so much expect on the result of the online learning. So you may see that is the one of the criteria, very important criteria for the readiness is the expectation. So our student appreciate it and give it the very high, the highest ranking in our research and the result. Besides those, they give the point of I only want to study with the desired agenda is a lowest ranking in this result and the attitude to online learning. So you may see that one of the characteristics for the online curriculum is the desired agenda and the number of students from the freshman to the final year students, they only choose the item. I only want to study with the desired agenda is the lowest ranking with a 2.41 score. And in the next slide, please. We would like to give you the results of efficiency in online learning. That is, there are 3 items to show the efficiency. And then you may see that the result has shown in this table is I have improved my skills after my online learning is the highest ranking with a 2.54 score in this result. Besides though, the item of I have the results of online learning as same as I have expected, and I probably implement my learning agenda which has been set up. So you may see that the main and the other, the prime item when the student give the relation and the reflection of the efficiency in online learning is skill. They only want to stay focused and to concentrate on their skill after the online courses, so that you may see that after the criteria to show the the readiness for online learning is just paying attention to their skill after the online learning. And the next slide is our main conclusion about this research. Yes, we can see we can say that this research is quite small but very radical and critical about the readiness in online learning for students in a university of education. And there are three conclusions we would like to give out here. First of all, the final year student have their learning readiness already. They quite, good preparation for graduation, and then the readiness for the online learning is quite good. Secondly, the freshman has not yet been ready for online learning. It's quite easy to understand. However, it's also related to the methods and their preparation for the online learning with the transformation from the physical classroom to the online classroom. And thirdly, sophomores and third year students already have their adaptation to online learning. However, this depends individually. Yes, because it depends on their pace, the learning pace, the learning style and the competency of adaptation, so that it quite clearly depends on each person. And our student also have their adaptation for online learning in very quick, very rapid changes in the pandemic, and even now they are still have very good readiness for the online learning and the blended learning. Yes, and the final slide, please, is our information. And if you would like to have the final slide, please. The next slide, please. The final, yes. This is our contact, and we're so willing and so happy if you give any comments, any questions, or any connection, because with the networking, please contact me. And we're so happy to work with you together internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nam Kwang Nguyen and Tu Nguyen, for addressing this interesting topic. I'm glad to be able to hear about online learning in your university. And yes, I do agree that we also face the same issue here, the same problem, be it primary, secondary, or at the university level. And there are many factors, right, that can affect the online learning, be it availability of learning devices, the internet connection, the learning tools, and the cozy space. So I would like to know more actually about the online learning here. So how do you actually cope with the issue? I mean, your initiative or your solutions.
Thank you for very interesting questions. Yes, because the student readiness for online learning depends on quite for the echo. It's okay. Okay. The readiness online learning.
There must be some technical problem.
It's echo in the voice, in the sound.
Do I need to mute mine?
Okay. And
Okay, is it clear now?
is it okay now? Yes, and then in terms of the university teacher, we should would like to give the solution for that situation using our method. Sorry for the voice. The sound is okay now. Yeah, maybe good. Yeah. And can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. It's clear. And then I think I have to mute mine here. Okay.
Okay, and I give them a solution for the situation with our methods and our way to assess. I mean, the assessment is implemented by the university lecturer, and then in terms of the teaching and learning connection in our classroom, we would like to use a number of the online system with the applications and the way we use different ways and various kinds of the application to even with the gamification, gamification like Kahoot or Quizy, to improve the interaction in online classroom. And then with the combination of the system of exercises and the discussion, we also appreciate the efficiency from Meet or Zoom, or the way we operate the classroom activities online and virtually. That is the way we motivate our school students, and to help them to have the better preparation and readiness for online learning. I think so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for your explanation. Actually, I have one question here from the audience. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
so the question here is why freshmen have not ready for online learning? And is there any theory related to freshman learning characteristics? We'd like to know more about that.
Yes. Thank you very much for right question, because due to the limitation in time of presentation, we have not yet share you the terminology and also the literature review for the characteristics of students in each level. And your question is on the freshman. Yes, we have the theories and the literature review of the characteristic for freshmen in terms of their study, their learning pace, and also the way the very important factor is the changing and the transformation for themselves from higher school student to university student, so that first of all they have to cope with the transformation in their own obstacle in changing method in learning. And then with the context of the pandemic, they have to cope with the second obstacle in learning methods from physical classroom into the virtual classroom, the online learning. And that double their obstacle and difficulties in learning in university in this context. So it is the way we have the research in terms of the literature review, and also based on our you may see our survey in the research, and to show that one of our conclusion is the readiness in online learning for freshmen is in the lowest ranking, and they are not yet ready for the online learning in that part of our research. Thank you.
Thank you for the answers, Doctor. Just now you mentioned about gamification, right? So we can see that social media has become greatly popular due to the pandemic. So do you also utilize the use of social media in your online learning? Perhaps you could elaborate more on that.
Yeah, very interesting question. I'm so interested in your questions. Yes, I have mentioned gamification. And your question is on the social media, right? Yes, sure. You know that there is a number of the trendy social media applications such as TikTok or Facebook or Instagram, and if we use it as the right way and the relevant method in teaching, it's become very effective way in online learning. And I myself apply this as the way we, yes, gamification, and give the exercise for our students, such as the project learning, you know that. For example, to give them the exercises of maybe have the media for one character in psychology and in pedagogy, and they have to build one Facebook page for that character. For example, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, I gave the for instance, so that they have to look for all the information about the Jean-Jacques Rousseau and to build his Facebook page. And that's the way our student, I may see that they are so interesting, amazing, have the product, and the way they use social media in the right way and very good way, and they didn't waste time on seeing on the TikTok or the Facebook like before. And then I think that the very important point here is our teachers and our university lecturer give the right way for the student to use the social media, and to have the good application of the gamification in our exercise. And their presentation in classroom is so lively, so lovely, so unique, and very intelligent. And I think it's a very good characteristic of the online learning for our students to empower their ability in creativity and the way they connect with many things, and connect with us and connect with each other in the online classroom. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I do agree with that. And the use of social media can empower online learning. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Nam Huang Nguyen and Sue Nguyen, for addressing this interesting topic. Unfortunately, we need to adhere to the time limit. We are running out of time. Okay, so thank you for joining us today, Dr. Nam Huang Nguyen and Tu Nguyen, your PhD student. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a virtual round of applause for both of them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's such a pleasure to have you with us. Stay safe and goodbye.
Dun kawasan Kabung sebenarnya merupakan pecahan daripada Dun Kelakar yang dahulunya adalah diwakili oleh Dato' Abdul Wahab Aziz, dan Dun Kabung tercipta selepas persempadanan semula dalam tahun 2016. Ya, sebenarnya atas keinginan saya hendak memberi perkhidmatan kepada warga Kabung, maka saya rasa terpanggil untuk menceburkan diri saya dalam politik. Dan alhamdulillah, sebagai seorang anak jati Kabung, saya telah terpilih oleh arwah Pihin Sri Tok Nan kita yang telah memilih saya sebagai calon DUN N40 Kabung yang pertama, iaitu 2016 lah tahun yang pertama DUN Kabung digunapakai. Ya, sebenarnya mentor saya dalam politik, orang yang saya amat sanjungi ialah Pihin Sri Tok Nan kita, dan beliaulah yang memberi saya visi dan misi untuk membangun kawasan saya di Kabung ini. Memang susah nak ada masa lapang sebagai seorang ahli politik, tetapi kalau ada kesempatan, minat saya ialah berkebun dan membaca. Masa untuk rakyat saya beri keutamaan, dan kebanyakan masa saya dihabiskan untuk rakyat. Dan kalau ada masa yang lebih tu, saya gunakan quality time bersama keluarga. DUN Kabung yang saya nyatakan pada mulanya adalah pecahan dari DUN Kelakar. Dan pada 2016 jumlah pengundi hanyalah 9,000 lebih sahaja, dan kini ianya telah bertambah kepada lebih 10,000. Latar belakang DUN Kabung ini serupa dengan latar belakang daerah Kabung. Daerah Kabung kita mencapai daerah penuh pada tahun 2015, dan daerah Kabung jauh ketinggalan dari berbagai aspek. Pertama sekali, sebagai daerah penuh, masa ini kita belum ada pejabat daerah kita sendiri. Kita masih menggunakan pejabat daerah kecil, tetapi alhamdulillah akan dibina sebuah kompleks pejabat daerah. Ianya telah diluluskan, dan selain daripada itu, projek-projek yang berimpak tinggi yang saya hendak nyatakan di sini adalah sebuah pekan Kabung baru akan dibina di kawasan itu, ya, dekat Sungai Endut itu. Jadi rakyat Sarawak, rakyat Kabung begitu teruja mendengar perkabaran ini. Selain dari itu, sebagai daerah penuh, kita akan membina sebuah masjid baru juga. Dan satu lagi yang dinanti-nanti oleh rakyat Kabung ialah projek skim pembesaran kampung, di mana 200 lot rumah akan ada, di mana ianya hampir-hampir siap. Dan kali ini kita begitu berterima kasih kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Ketua Menteri kerana telah meluluskan projek ini. Dan projek skim pembesaran kampung ini merupakan satu projek yang lain daripada yang dulu, di mana lot itu ditembok dengan tanah, ditembus, mempunyai infrastruktur, longkang, air, elektrik, jalan raya, berturap, semuanya ada. Jadi kita amat berterima kasih kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Ketua Menteri. Alhamdulillah, rakyat di kampung sebenarnya begitu haus akan pembangunan, dan tiap-tiap projek yang kita lakukan amat mudah sekali kerana bantahan itu begitu minimal sekali, dan kalau ada pun setelah dibawa berunding, halangan itu akan dapat kita selesaikan. Ini undi 18 yang begitu hangat diperkatakan dalam sosial media. Sebenarnya kita harus berterima kasih kepada kerajaan GPS kerana bila isu undi 18 ini dibangkitkan di parlimen dan dilulus oleh parlimen, kita adalah negeri yang pertama meminda Perlembagaan Sarawak membolehkan undi 18 ini. Jadi kita amat gembira di mana belia-belia kita akan terlibat sama menentukan hala tuju masa depan negeri kita sendiri.
Kalau dulu isu-isu penduduk ni macam peniaga ni, tempat berniaga, sekarang semuanya dah settle lah. YB kita dah melakukan yang terbaik. Dari segi isu-isu lain termasuk keadaan air pipe dulu, sekarang pun dah settle. Banyakkannya isu-isu ni yang dibangkitkan dahulu sebelum YB datang ke sini, berada di dunia ni, banyak yang telah YB baik pulihkan dengan sempurna, dan banyak yang telah YB lakukan dengan baik untuk mengubah segala-galanya.
Jadi pertama saya mengucapkan juta terima kasih kepada Yang Berhormat Encik Muhammad Peringkat. Jadi sepanjang beliau memegang jawatan YB di kawasan N40, kira-kira setengah artinya. Jadi banyak pembangunan yang dah dirancang dan telah dilaksanakan oleh beliau. Contohnya macam jalan konkrit di sepanjang Kampung Ulu, Kampung Hilir Laut seperti yang kita tonton tadi. Juga setiap lorong hampir semua dibuat jalan konkrit daripada yang asal dari belian. Jadi selain daripada itu, yang nyata sekali sebuah masjid di Kampung Hulu Tengah atas inisiatif beliau. He has done a very good job. Nearly 1 million kosnya keseluruhannya di Kampung Hulu Laut Kampung, namakan Masjid Darul Nadwa. Jadi yang lain saya rasa di segi bantuan perubahan PPRT banyak telah disalurkan melalui inisiatif beliau di seluruh N40 Melayu, Iban dan Cina. Jadi di tempat lain macam masalah air, dulu sejak tahun 2009 kami menghadapi gangguan air hampir 13 tahun. Jadi setelah banyak berbincang, berdialog dengan Jebal di Betong, jadi akhirnya 31 bulan 5 tahun 2021 masalah itu alhamdulillah selesai completely. Jadi sekarang itulah jasa besar beliau. Jadi selain daripada itu, pusat perancangan di Tanjung Kembang ini atas inisiatif beliau. Kalau dulu Masya Allah bunyi aja pelancongan, tapi infrastruktur banyak yang kurang. Jadi alhamdulillah sekali ini YB banyak membantu. Di segi pendidikan beliau ada menyalurkan bantuan inisiatif kepada pelajar-pelajar yang menyambung pelajaran di pengajian tinggi ataupun yang sakit dibantu beliau. Itulah salah satu saya fikir tidak dapat dinafikan jasa beliau. She has done a very good job in N40 so far. I really appreciate him.
Pembangunan di Kabung adalah amat pesat semenjak YB Yang Berhormat Muhammad Chi bin Kadir adun di Kabung melalui projek-projek RTP, MRP dan baik pulih PPRT. Memang banyak. Di Kabung memang sudah diketahui dengan adanya pantai Tanjung Kembang Kabung. Sebelum pandemik COVID-19 memang selalu diadakan pesta-pesta seperti pesta pantai, pesta layang-layang, terutama sekali peringkat antarabangsa dari luar negara lah, Perancis, Jepun dan sebagainya. Sumbangan terbesar kalau saya lah untuk belia, memang besar sumbangan beliau, terutama sekali kepada amat-amat menyokong kepada aktiviti-aktiviti belia, contohnya badminton, futsal dan petong. Sumbangan kepada petong, beliau telah memberi padang baru. Kalau futsal, baik pulih padang futsal.
Berikut merupakan isi kandungan dalam perkongsian saya. Ada pengenalan, model kajian tindakan, isu, tinjauan literatur, metodologi, hasil kajian dan kesimpulan. Pengenalan, kelas Al-Quran dan Fardu Ain iaitu KAFA dilaksanakan sejak tahun 1990 yang diselaraskan oleh Jabatan Kemajuan Islam Malaysia dan dilaksanakan oleh Jabatan Agama Islam. Kalau di Sarawak ada JAIS. Dan kelas ini merupakan pengukuhan asas pendidikan Islam kanak-kanak berumur 7 hingga 12 tahun. Terdapat 8 subjek dalam kelas KAFA iaitu Al-Quran, Akidah, Ibadah, Sirah, Adab, Bahasa Arab, Jawi dan Had serta Tahfiz Al-Quran. Dan ujian penilaian kelas KAFA adalah penilaian akhir untuk kelas KAFA. Untuk kelas KAFA Sekolah Kebangsaan Abang Leman Kabung diadakan pada hari Isnin, Khamis dan Jumaat pada pukul 2.30 petang sehingga 5.30 petang, dan bagi murid tahap 1 ada 3 subjek ataupun 3 mata pelajaran dalam masa 1 hari. Dan saya ketika kajian tindakan ini dijalankan merupakan seorang guru ganti KAFA ataupun guru sementara yang mengajar daripada 5 September sehingga 21 Oktober tahun 2022. Dan saya mengajar Sirah dan Adab tahun 3. Model kajian tindakan yang saya gunakan ialah gelung kajian tindakan Kemis dan McTaggart 1998 yang terdiri daripada mereflect, merancang, bertindak dan memerhati. Isu yang saya ketengahkan dalam kajian tindakan ini ialah murid tidak dapat menyatakan mukjizat Nabi Muhammad dengan tepat. Yang ini saya rujuk pada hasil pembelajaran pada muka surat 30 buku teks sirah tahun 3. Dan isu ini berpunca daripada murid tidak faham apa yang dipelajari, murid belum menguasai topik yang telah dipelajari dan kaedah pengajaran guru iaitu bercerita sahaja tidak mencukupi. Dan saya juga telah melaksanakan pemerhatian daripada soalan lisan saya dan saya mendapati respon murid tidak dapat menjawab soalan, murid menyatakan tidak ingat, murid mumbling atau jawab dengan suara yang kurang jelas. Dan saya perhatikan bahawa 20 daripada 57 murid yang saya tanya tidak dapat menjawab soalan secara lisan. Berikut merupakan latihan kefahaman berkaitan tajuk mukjizat yang saya edarkan kepada murid. Dan latihan ini adalah dalam tulisan Jawi sepenuhnya. Dan ini merupakan evidence sampel jawapan murid. Dari sini saya dapati 20 daripada 57 murid tidak dapat menjawab soalan secara bertulis dan hanya dapat menjawab apabila saya bantu mereka jawab berpandukan buku teks. Okey, ini pula adalah buku teks yang digunakan dalam mata pelajaran sirah kelas KAFA yang sepenuhnya dalam tulisan Jawi dan hanya sedikit sahaja berbentuk carta alir ataupun carta petaminda. Semuanya lebih kepada tulisan yang bertulis ataupun berperenggan. Jadi, dalam kajian tindakan ini saya telah melakukan tinjauan literatur di mana saya mendapati dalam pendidikan Islam memang ada cabaran iaitu murid tidak dapat membaca Jawi dengan baik yang memberi kesan bahawa murid kurang berminat untuk belajar. Dan dalam pendidikan Islam juga terdapat kelemahan penggunaan Jawi dalam kalangan murid dan guru terpaksa menggunakan tulisan Rumi untuk membantu murid faham apa yang dipelajari. Dan daripada apa yang telah saya baca, bahawa peta I-Think yang turut digunakan dalam mata pelajaran sirah ataupun sejarah diaplikasi di sekolah rendah dan menengah kerana peta I-Think ini merupakan spesifik untuk menerangkan topik semasa PDPC, dapat memberi gambaran tentang hubungan antara maklumat, menilai tahap penguasaan murid dalam sesuatu topik dan dapat menyusun maklumat daripada teks kepada peta. Dan respon guru setelah menggunakan peta I-Think ialah peta I-Think dapat membantu murid fikir dan ingat. Peta I-Think ialah kaedah yang kreatif untuk menggalakkan penglibatan murid dalam PDPC dan impaknya ialah mendatangkan minat dan motivasi murid serta meningkatkan pengetahuan murid. Jadi, saya memilih untuk menggunakan peta I-Think dalam kajian tindakan saya. Seterusnya ialah metodologi. Seperti yang saya katakan, saya menggunakan kaedah pemerhatian, soalan lisan dan bertulis dan murid hanya dapat menjawab setelah mendapat bantuan guru dan buku teks. Dan saya melakukan refleksi bahawa murid tidak faham apa yang dipelajari, murid belum menguasai apa yang dipelajari dan kaedah pengajaran bercerita sahaja tidak mencukupi. Jadi saya telah membuat perancangan dengan menetapkan kumpulan sasaran, menetapkan objektif, mencari intervensi yang sesuai serta menilai keberkesanan intervensi tersebut. Dan tindakan saya pada tarikh yang berikut berpandukan topik mukjizat Nabi Muhammad. Objektifnya adalah untuk menambah baik kaedah pengajaran guru, untuk meningkatkan kefahaman murid, dan intervensi yang saya gunakan adalah peta I-Think yang saya namakan sebagai peta IRCT dan penerangan ringkas dan berulang. Dan penilaian yang saya lakukan ialah pemerhatian dan soalan lisan. Okey, berikut adalah peta IRCT dalam bentuk nota yang saya kongsikan kepada murid-murid tahun 3 saya. Dan latihan juga berbentuk peta IRCT. Okey, berikut merupakan aktiviti murid dalam melengkapkan peta IRCT dan berikut merupakan hasil kerja murid. Jadi hasil kajian saya setelah menjalankan pemerhatian soalan lisan dan latihan, saya mendapati bahawa 17 daripada murid saya berjaya. Dan kekuatan bagi kajian tindakan saya ialah objektif 1 untuk menambah baik kaedah pengajaran guru bagi topik mukjizat adalah tercapai. Serta objektif 2 untuk meningkatkan kefahaman murid bagi topik mukjizat juga tercapai. Namun terdapat juga kelemahan iaitu puncak kegagalan 3 murid saya ialah mereka murid yang mempunyai pencapaian rendah. Mereka perlukan masa yang lebih panjang untuk memproses dan memahami topik yang dipelajari. Serta saya lakukan intervensi selanjutnya untuk 3 murid ini iaitu pengulangan dan penggunaan infografik. Jadi rumusan yang saya ingin lakukan ialah penggunaan peta IRCT berjaya meningkatkan penguasaan murid dalam mata pelajaran sirah. Jadi kesimpulannya, peta IRCT berkesan membantu murid faham isi kandungan dalam mata pelajaran sirah. Dan cadangan kajian seterusnya ialah menukarkan peta I-Think ke tulisan Jawi, menambahkan elemen gamifikasi dalam PDPC dan seterusnya fokus kaedah untuk menarik murid untuk mempelajari Jawi. Dan saya kongsikan peta IRCT saya di media sosial untuk kegunaan guru dan ibu bapa di luar sana. Dan itu sahaja daripada saya. Terima kasih atas perhatian anda. Terima kasih.
Hadirin sekalian, kita teruskan lagi dengan pembentangan yang seterusnya dengan mempersilakan Cikgu Nura anak muda daripada SK Kedas dengan tajuk kajiannya Teachers Short Videos the Impactful Tool for the Teaching of Speaking to Struggling English Language Learners dipersilakan.
Ya, salam sepuru-sepuru memacu kecemerlangan. Salam menjulang pendidikan negeri Sarawak di persada antarabangsa melalui seminar yang kita hadiri pada hari ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sidang hadirin yang dihormati. Dengan izin menggunakan bahasa Inggris. A very good day, ladies and gentlemen, fellow presenters from inside the country and abroad. It's my great pleasure to be with you today to share one of my interventions in the teaching of English language to the rural children in Sarawak, particularly at SK Mendas Sarato under the Sarato PPD. Ladies and gentlemen, teachers' short videos, the impactful tool for the teaching of speaking to struggling English language learners. I repeat, teachers' short videos, the impactful tool for the teaching of speaking to the struggling English language learners. So as for today, I will be moving from the introduction, where I will introduce the background of my students and the issues that I face, and also in the methodology, I will be sharing on the intervention, on how I plan for it, how I go about it, and how I measure the performance of my students. And also for the finding, I will be presenting on the outcomes of the intervention. And for the summary, we will be talking about the future plan. Struggling English language learners, the pictures that I take today is not the pictures of my English students, but I put it here just to give us a brief idea of what struggling English language learners really is. So from this picture, I hope that we can imagine how difficult it is for our students to learn the English language and what are the factors that we face all this while. First, they have very limited access to English language materials. Yeah, in our class, at the school, we, the teachers, are the only source for the learning of English language. And maybe they have some books at the ICT room or at our learning access center, but no YouTube because they stay at a place where the internet connectivity is very low. And this leads to the level of English language proficiency, which is very low at my school. So now let's talk about the issue that I face. In early 2021, when we continued to have our home-based learning, or we call it PDPR. So as you can see from this data, out of the 6 students that I had in year 4, 3 did not respond at all to the speaking task that I assigned them along the month of April. As for the grammar lesson, as for the reading lesson, yes, I delivered this called worksheets. And yes, I did receive the feedback, but not for speaking class, when I asked them to record themselves and to make a video about themselves. And the next issue is, from the 3 students who had submitted their work, I can see that they have this pronunciation problem, whereby out of the 5 words said, 1 must be an error. And the issue of fluency, which I measured using the number of self-correction, the number of pausing, and the repetition, and also the intonation. So, in this case, we teachers, I myself, become a struggling teacher. I struggle to think of how to involve my students in my lesson. And then I asked the students, I gave a call to the parents, asked why. For the 3 students who didn't pass up or didn't submit their videos, I asked the parents why. And they told me that we don't know how to do. And we do not know what to say. And one student said, I have no handphone, teacher. I have no smartphone to record myself. And as for the students who have this low proficiency, the 3 of them told me that we do not know how to say it properly, teacher, but we tried our best. So from the response I got from the parents, I reflect my own instruction. Then I realized that I only instructed them to, you read page 18, and from the text, you record yourself. Tell me, what housework do you have to do at home? That kind of instruction. And then after this self-reflection, I realized that as a teacher, I did not give enough input of how to talk and what to talk about. And then I did not really see into the students' readiness of using the digital media. As what mentioned by the keynote speaker just now, Dr. Nguyen, this readiness factor is very important, but I didn't look at it at first. And inadequate support of how to make a video. I thought that the students already know, but it was wrong. So ladies and gentlemen, then I begin to think of what to do. And at this point, I realized that short video can play a good role in making my students involving in my speaking lesson, as what it did in the previous year, in 2022, when I produced videos for them to study grammar and pronunciation. These videos has brought great impact to their motivation to learn and also their performance. Then I started with the planning. I planned about the content of the video, what kind of video that I should send to my students. So here are the criteria, as you can see. The first factor that I focus on was the feasibility. It talks about how easily is the material to be used, how convenient to use it. So to answer to this criteria, I make sure that I use the textbook. We call it textbook, the CEFR reference book. I take all the materials from there and I bring it into the video because I know that all students have the book. And then in terms of the duration, because the students told me that their handphone had not enough data. So I make sure that the duration of the video is not too long. The most is 3 minutes, but most of them are low, below 3 minutes. And the most important criteria in the video is me, myself, appear in the video, teaching the students, as what requested by the parents. Because some of the parents told me that my children just didn't want to learn when they didn't see their teachers, something like that. So I put myself in, okay? And for the planning stage, I put 3 objectives. 2 focusing on the students, is to engage 5 pupils in my speaking lesson. Why not 6? Because one of the students was not ready, no gadget, and she stayed with the grandmas and grandpas who are illiterate, technologically illiterate. And the next one is to improve my pupils' speaking proficiency. And the third one, which to me is very important, is to build up teachers' digital skills, as mentioned in our theme, to upgrade our teachers' skills in working in the new normal. And the indicators for the first one is my students' response to the speaking task and the pupils' speaking performance level, and also my ability to produce short videos as a tool for learning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see this. This video is recorded based on learning skills in 2.1.1 from our DSKP to encourage students to explain simple content on familiar topics from what they read and what they hear.
Today we talk about housework. Housework. So the question is, what housework do you have to do at home? What housework do you have to do at home? So you can find the question on page 18 of your students' book if you are in your book. Now, before we proceed, let's look at these activities that you might have to do at home. For example, at the kitchen, you have to set the table for lunch, or maybe clear the table after lunch, or do the washing up, or in the evening you have to clean the fish, or pick up the rubbish, or spread the leaves, or maybe shovel the snow. There are many other activities that you can do. Okay? So now, how to talk about it? Here I give you 3 key phrases. In the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. Well, you can start your sentence with, in the morning, I have to make up my bed. Or, in the afternoon, I have to set up the table for lunch. And in the evening, I have to clean the fish. So now, what is your task? Your task is to take a photo of you doing the housework and then you send to me 1 picture per day for 5 days. Is that right? By doing that, you can learn to be responsible. How to be responsible? By helping out with the housework. Okay? Very good.
Yeah. So, excuse me. The design of this video is based on the elements in speaking skill, which includes vocabulary. We give input in terms of vocabulary. The second one is the grammar, when we teach the key phrases from the textbook in the morning, in the afternoon, and then the repetition of the key phrases. And the pronunciation comes along with the video and also the fluency. The more they watch, because we encourage the students to watch the video on and on and on and on until they could get the main things that we try to present. And here is the example from one of my pupils.
Today we talk about housework. Housework. So the question is, what housework do you have to do at home? So you can find the question on page 18 of your student book if you are in year 4. Now, before we proceed, let's look at this activity that you might do at home. For example, at the kitchen, you have to set the table for lunch, or clean the table after lunch, or maybe do the washing up, or in the evening, you have to feed fish, or take out the rubbish, or drag the leaves, or maybe shovel the snow. There are other activities that you can do. Okay, so now, how to talk about it? Here I give you 3 tips. In the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. Well, you can start your sentences with, in the morning, I have to make up my bed. Or, in the afternoon, I have to set the table for lunch. And, in the evening, I have to sleep.
Yeah. And as you can see, the yellow words, the words in yellow, that is the feedback that I give to the students. After the student has sent the video, I will edit the video and highlighted the wrong pronunciation, and then I send it back to the students for them to see. And then I told the student, after you have done the correction, I will bring you to T4. T4 means good. TP3 means satisfactory. So I tell the students about where to go and what was the mistake and how to do the correction about it. And imitate teacher style. Why? It is for the breakthrough process so that we can see the, how do you call it? The pronunciation. Yeah. The main activity for speaking is actually on week 2. In week 2, for the second task, it is speaking about the housework using the key phrases learned. So here comes the observation after we have finished the 7 tasks around this intervention. Have the objectives been achieved? Yes. Because now each pupil has at least submitted 4 out of 7 tasks. Compared to the previous one, 3 did not submit at all. And the second objective, has the speaking proficiency been upgraded? Yes. In terms of vocabulary, in terms of grammar, in terms of pronunciation, and also the fluency. Now let us look at this to speak more about the students' performance from the perspective of the CEFR for primary school. We look into the A1. What is A1? What is A2? Actually, for the primary school, our target is to go to A2 before they leave for secondary school. Yeah, the B1 and B2, which is the intermediate level, is for the secondary teacher. So let us look at this. These are their new speaking levels. 2 pupils are now at TP2 and 1 pupil at TP3. These three are the ones who did not respond at all at the beginning. And for the two pupils, and the one who got TP3 is the one who involved from the beginning, but still stuck at TP3, satisfactory level. And two of them, one is in level 4 and one is at TP5. Okay, we call it elementary in CFR. And what is the beginner? Beginner and elementary is the basic English. They are able to use basic English. So more insight about this CFR. So why I give A1 or TP1 and TP2? They can ask questions and they can interact with others if they speak slowly. Speak slowly, they can interact. And then A2, elementary, they can talk using frequently used expressions. How are you? So conveniently. Okay, they can talk about the housework so conveniently. Today I do this, yesterday I did this, something like that. At ease, with minimum guidance. And the third, have the teacher's digital skills been built up? Exactly, yes. Yeah. From never knew how to edit a video, I learned to edit a video. I learned to put animation. And then I learned to share it in YouTube. I learned to cut, to paste, learn to put music, learn to put some pictures in the presentation. And I also teach the parents how to reduce, how to clean up their data so that my video could go into their phone and everything about it, the basic things, yes. It has been upgraded. And for reflection, what's next? Lesson study. I got the idea about this lesson study when one of my mentors, this Madam Katarina Steven, came back from these walls. It is an international seminar on lesson study. She was so excited. She was contacting me through WhatsApp, telling me about what happened at WALS, about lesson study. All this while, I was only be familiar with lesson study among teachers. But this time, it is about students. So, as for the coming lesson, to upgrade my students' level of proficiency, to make them confident speakers, I plan for a lesson study based on the SKP 2.1.1. Based on the videos that I make, I want them to choose their own topics to talk about, and they use the videos as the reference, and they plan for their own lessons, and they produce their own videos. Yesterday, our keynote speaker, Miss Pia, told us about this lesson study. I was so excited, and I got 1 point from her. She told us like this: it's okay to make mistake, because take the error or the mistake as a tool for learning. All right, so it's okay if the students make mistake so that they can learn. So this is the material that I am doing right now to go for the next intervention. This is a kind of role play. Okay, I have to stop it here because time is so jealous of us. And I have tried this with my students on how to communicate in a small group. This is what happened in the classroom. Yeah, this is what happened in the classroom. I think from the video teachers, we all can see which one is in TP4, TP3, TP2, yeah? And we use this video, we show the video to them and let them reflect on their own performance and let them improve themselves based on their performance, yeah? What is this? Yeah. Yesterday, one of our friends, Cikgu Nur Hidayah, our guru pemulihan, mentioned that jika murid tidak dapat belajar dengan cara kita mengajar, biarlah kita mengajar mereka dengan cara mereka boleh belajar. Lebih kurang seperti itu. And yes, I always believe in that quote, even though I do not know who said it first. If the students can't learn the way we teach, let us teach the way they learn. And to end my presentation, my sharing, to know even one life has breathed easier because you have lived. This is to have succeeded. Congratulations, dear fellow presenters. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Cikgu Nura. Dan Cikgu Nuraya Nabiliti Mahasi daripada Sekolah Kebangsaan Kampung Kupang dengan tajuk kajiannya Using Wikipedia Method to Improve CBC Reading Skill for Year 2 Pupils. Silakan.
Dia sudah tak ni, dia tak on kanan ni tadi. Macam semalam kan kita jaga ni, macam ni dia biar kita sendiri yang masak.
Okay, a very good morning to Mr. Anis bin Madani, the head of PPD Sarako, and to our guests, Dr. Joshua and Dr. Tio from Education Department of Sarawak, not to forget our high SISC class, and my fellow talented presenters and our fellow audience. It's really an honor to be here today. Before we start our presentation, we would like to introduce ourselves. We are from SK Kampung Kupang, and my name is Miss Michelle Colin Anak Impin, English teacher of SK Kampung Kupang, and the next one is my partner, Miss Nuradiana binti Muhammad Fahi, science teacher of SK Kampung Kupang. Today we are going to share our action research with the title Using Flippopedia Method to Improve CBC Reading Skills for Year 2 Pupils. So the way we pronounce should be Flippopedia. Sorry, never mind. This is something new to us as well. We name it as Flippopedia. So in today's modern era, as we all know that, the lack of reading skills has become most serious issue among primary school and secondary school in Malaysia, especially pupils from rural school area. And let's proceed to the introduction. So learning to read is a key objective of early education. And reading is making meaning from the print and able to interpret written symbols and understand printed material. And in English language is made up to 44 different combination of sounds. Phoneme consists of 20 vowels and 24 consonants. As to learn English reading skill in primary school, pupil needs to master their CBC, and I believe that every English teacher or BM teacher understand the meaning of CBC, which is consonant, vowel, and consonant. And then the CBC form a three-letter word that follow the spelling pattern of another consonant, then a vowel, and another consonant. For example, cat, run, pin, and pot, and more examples that we know. And then in vowel, it consists of A, E, I, or U, and the remaining alphabet will be known as consonant. So due to outbreak of COVID-19, the number of people who aged 7 to 12 lack of reading skills, especially our Sarawak school, and in rural area, the main enemy for us would be internet connection, and I believe every rural teachers believe in that too. The problem will be the same for us. So in this case, we only chose 10 pupils from year 2. The total of people from year 2 will be 19 of them, if I'm not mistaken. So I just took over their class by this year, which is on September. Their English teacher has been posted to another place. So I took over for almost 3 months right now. So I just found out my pupils has so many problems, especially in their reading skills and speaking as well. But our main focus should be on their reading skills. So this is the problem statement. The struggle with both literacy-based instruction and academic content. This is more for our pupil, they don't like textbook. They very hate it. So they just like, teacher, can we do other things? Like, we don't understand what you are talking about. Even we use fully in English. There's most of them, they will just look at us without asking us any question. And that's how I know how serious this issue. They still don't know how to speak, don't know how to read, don't know how to write. As year 2, it's been 2 years for them to stay at home. We all know that because of this pandemic. So we call them as pandemic student. Okay. So most of them, they only learn in English in school. They don't learn English at home because due to the parents, their parents are mostly just speak their mother tongue, and they just speak like pio pio in Sarato. Okay, that's the main problem here. So, and the second problem statement is inadequate phonological awareness and phonic skill. This one, most of the students are very confused with BM and the English subjects. And in BM, we have KVK, in English, CBC. So this is the issues that we also face for our pupils' problem as well. And our third problem statement is inadequate vocabulary and reading comprehension skills. Even some of them, they're able to read, but they don't understand what they read. They just read for fun. But in terms of understanding, zero. That's all I can say. Then this is the objective of our action research, to identify the causes that are affecting year 2 reading skills. A second, to improve CBC reading skills among year 2 pupils. And the third one, to study on how to overcome teachers' teaching method. So in these three, number 3 is the most we need to improve more in terms of teaching. We cannot use chalk and talk, especially for year 2. So this is the research methodology. In research methodology, we have setting, subject of research, procedure of research. So I will explain about the setting. This research was conducted in one of primary school in Sarato, Sarawak, that is located in East Malaysia. And then next is subject of research, year 2 pupils from primary school that achieve performance level PL2. So out of 19, 10 of them have this level PL2. So we need to help them as much as we can. And then the procedure of research is involve one cycle only, which is pre-action and cycle 1. And this research are based on Kurt-Lewin model. So under this procedure of research, there are few steps in our research, which is planning, action, observe, and reflecting. So in cycle 1, for planning, we have to prepare for our lesson plan and teaching aids as usual. And then our action is activity Flipopedia is applied to our pupils. Later I will explain how to use Flipopedia method. And then the third one is observe, stage to collect data by using post-test form and observation sheets and interview form. And the last steps will be reflecting. The advantages and disadvantages of uses of Flipopedia can be evaluated. And then if the analysis data shown shows negative feedback, the uses of Flipopedia needs to be improved by doing the second cycle. So this is the few pictures that we attach from this PowerPoint. As you can see, this one we made by ourselves. We just reuse, reduce, and recycle terms. We don't want to spend so much money for this thing. So what we need to do, we just print out all the alphabets for 3 sets. And then another set is for the media, any pictures that have CBC words. For example, the first picture you can see, TAG, we call as tag. And then the second one, toy. We just put a very simple CBC word that people can remember and understand. So these are the pictures that use the Flipopedia. So how they use this? We just ask them to choose any pictures that they know to form them into CBC word. So these people, they know how to form a bag word. So what they do, they just flip it like we flip the calendar. Flip, flip, flip. So we only use A4 file ring to create this Flipopedia. And so this is our data collection instrument. Our first instrument is observation sheets. The purpose of this instrument is for systematically recording observation that includes a number of items, interest towards the pre-lesson activity and involvement towards teacher lesson and questions. The second one is CBC skill test. The test consists of pre-test and the post-test that at least 20 of CBC simple words. This one we target our pupils at least to know how to form at least 10 CBC words maximum. As for the slow learners, we ask them at least know 5 CBC words. We don't want to pressure our pupils. If we pressure more, their interest toward this study, they will lose their focus and their interest will just gone. And the last one is documentation sheets. We gathering the required data, our lesson plan, picture classroom, best assessment report, and interview transcript. So the next slides I will pass to my partner.
For the data collection technique, the first one we use that is class observations. The observation was conducted according to the checklist prepared. During the class observation, we as the researchers, we gather all the information that can be used in qualitative forms such as the teacher's performance, student response, and how the class situation is. The second one is the interviews. In collecting the data, the researchers did interviews with the English teachers and the pupils. For the English teachers, the main objective is we want to know how the English session was conducted, what the type of teaching aids the teachers use. Then with the pupils, we will more focus about how their feedbacks or opinions after the Flipopedia was used. The third data collection technique is test. As mentioned before, pre-test and post-test forms to measure the capability of their reading skills towards the CBC words given. For pre-test, we want to know how their reading CBC skills level is. For the post-test, we want to know how much the progress has been made after the Wikipedia was used. So next one is documentation, such as compilation of various documents such as pictures, videos. This one is to make sure we provided a concrete document for Flipopedia activities in the classrooms. So the next one is the findings. Table 1, the observation shows the observation of student learning activity in pre-actions and cycle 1. So the highest frequency and percentage could be seen on item 2, whereas on cycle 1, 100% of the pupils tried to sound the alphabets, while 72.8% of the pupils were able to remember the sounds of CBC words in the video shown during cycle 1. So they are all 10 items all together. Because in terms of in thinking about how memory works, we know that each pupils have different ability in learning and remembering. So in this data, based on the data, the pupils showing their progress slowly. The next one is diagram 1 shows years to pupil assessment on CBC reading skills and pre-actions, while diagram 2 is year to pupil achievement of CBC reading skills at cycle 1. From the pre-test result, the researchers got the average score as 37.3. From the post-test result, the researchers got the average score is 66.9. Based on diagram 1, we can conclude that pupils have weak reading skills as one of the issues, as we mentioned in the introduction before. Therefore, we use the Flipopedia to improve our reading CBC skills. Compared to the diagram 2, the number of success were able to read the CBC words given increased. So table 2 shows the comparisons between score in pre-test and post-test. This classroom action research project was successful. It was successful since the learning process and the learning's end result completely made the success indicator. We as the researchers, the result must reach the minimum indicator success above at least 65%. So as we can see here, we can see the definite progress from the students. The improvement here shows that their progress showings are slowly but surely. So the next one is the interview transcript we have done on 14th October. So those are the some questions for the pupils. Do you think you can read by using the Flipopedia? So those are the some responses we get. Yes, I do know how to read. I can read a little bit with teacher's help. Absolutely, yes. I can remember the sounds of the CBC words clearly. Yes, I can pronounce it clearly. But some of this, no, it is still confusing. So questions 4, it is easy for you to read by using the Flipopedia? Yes, because I can do it by myself. because it has some pictures for them to visualize or more remember clearly. Yes, if the teacher helps me, it is fun and I can play it like a game. It's a little bit hard for me. Those are some positive and negative response from the pupils. So as the conclusions at the end of this action research, researchers found that pupils were able to form CBC words by using Flipopedia. Pupils were having fun class while learning CBC by using Flipopedia method. Hence, researchers plan to use the method to help other pupils in the futures. So we can see that the progress where the students' activities increase significantly. So maybe in the next lesson or next plans, the English teacher should be more creative in choosing their creativity and need to know what students need to do to improve their weakness. So those are the references that we use during our action research.
And then that's all for our presentation. So in the future, we hope that maybe every teacher, English teacher, can apply this in their school. We just use whatever that have in school to save budget and then to save time. Also, you can print every pictures that you like that to help pupils that form into CBC words. And you can use it in very long term. It's not only short term. Right, thank you.
Terima kasih kepada Cikgu Michelle dan Cikgu Radiana daripada SK Kampung Rumah.
So throughout this action research, the things that we learn is most of it our students' attitude and the way they learn in English. And then maybe we can use this, the way they think, and to apply it into something fun class most of all, because they are very playful in this class, and then I have to chase them because I don't want them to chase me. I need to chase them. I need to catch them one by one to make sure they can learn this and we can learn this together. I can help them for their weakness and they can help me to make me understand them more. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Is that answering your question? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Terima kasih dan juga terima kasih sekali lagi kepada pembentang kita. Jadi bagi meneruskan sesi pembentahan kita dengan segala lawakannya, mari mempersilakan Cikgu Anderson Stanley dan Cikgu Siti Rahmawa binti Ali daripada SK Kampung dengan tajuk kajiannya teknik jaduali ayat satu kaedah meningkatkan kemahiran murid menulis pendahuluan karangan bahasa Melayu diusiakan.
Tes. Baik, selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera saya ucapkan. Saya Cikgu Innocent Sengli dari SMK Kampung akan membentangkan kajian tindakan bertajuk Teknik Jadual 5 Ayat. Satu kaedah meningkatkan kemahiran murid menulis pendahuluan karangan bahasa Melayu. Kajian ini telah dilaksanakan oleh Cikgu Siti Nur Hawa binti Ali dan dibantu oleh saya sendiri. Antara isi kandungan yang akan dijelaskan secara satu persatu dalam slide ini. Pengenalan. Karangan merupakan komponen penting dalam mata pelajaran Bahasa Melayu di peringkat CJ Pelajaran Malaysia SPM. Format pentafsiran Bahasa Melayu kertas 1-1031 mengandungi soalan karangan yang perlu dijawab oleh murid. Kemahiran membina ayat perlu dikuasai oleh murid SPM bagi membolehkan mereka menghasilkan satu perenggan karangan. Setiap perenggan hendaklah mempunyai sekurang-kurangnya 5 ayat yang lengkap bagi mendapatkan isi penulisan yang baik. Murid perlu membina ayat dalam perenggan pendahuluan berdasarkan tema dan kehendak soalan yang diberikan. Seterusnya, isu kajian. Terdapat 3 isu kajian tindakan ini. Pertama ialah murid menghadapi masalah dalam pengolahan ayat untuk melengkapkan satu perenggan pendahuluan karangan. Kedua, beberapa orang murid hanya mampu menulis 2 hingga 3 ayat saja untuk perenggan pendahuluan. Yang ketiga pula ialah murid tidak dapat menguasai kemahiran membina ayat yang gramatis, tidak mampu memilih penanda wacana yang sesuai dan tidak dapat membina struktur ayat yang teratur. Seterusnya ialah objektif kajian. Kajian ini dijalankan untuk mencapai 2 objektif berikut. Pertama ialah murid sekurang-kurangnya dapat menulis 5 ayat dalam perenggan pendahuluan. Kedua, murid dapat menulis perenggan pendahuluan menggunakan penanda wacana yang sesuai. Metodologi kajian terdapat 4. Yang pertama ialah pemerhatian, di mana sikap murid dapat dilihat secara langsung dalam kelas masa aktiviti pengajaran dan pembelajaran PDP melalui tindak balas murid semasa menyiapkan tugasan. Yang kedua ialah ujian pra. Ujian yang diberikan memfokus pada kemahiran membina ayat di samping memilih penanda wacana yang sesuai untuk mengukur tahap penguasaan murid menghasilkan perenggan pendahuluan yang lengkap. Ketiga ialah ujian pos. Ujian pos dalam bentuk lembaran kerja sebagai penilaian akhir bagi menilai penggunaan teknik jadual yang diperkenalkan. Dan yang keempat ialah temu bual. Temu bual dilaksanakan terhadap murid untuk mendapatkan maklum balas berkaitan dengan minat berkaitan yang relevan. Baik, hasil kajian. Jadual 5 ayat yang digunakan dalam kajian ini. Jadual ini memerlukan murid menulis 5 ayat yang terdiri daripada ayat tema, dalam kurungan tema untuk kerangan, ayat huraian 1, ayat yang menerangkan tema berdasarkan contoh, kemudian ayat isu, itu ayat yang menerangkan permasalahan yang membabitkan tema karangan. Ayat uraian 2 iaitu ayat yang menerangkan sebab isu berlaku atau kesan daripada isu. Dan ayat kehendak soalan iaitu ayat yang menjelaskan isi-isi karangan yang akan dibincangkan. Seterusnya, dapatan kajian menunjukkan bahawa teknik jadual 5 ayat telah berhasil dan membuktikan bahawa murid dapat menulis perenggan pendahuluan dengan baik. Murid dapat menulis tema dan kehendak soalan dengan tepat bagi memulakan perenggan pendahuluan dengan menggunakan penanda wacana yang sesuai. Berdasarkan aktiviti yang dilaksanakan semasa PDP, murid dengan mudah dapat mengingat teknik penulisan pendahuluan kerangan yang lengkap. Seterusnya, murid juga mampu menguasai kemahiran membina ayat yang gramatis untuk melengkapkan perenggan pendahuluan dan meningkatkan kemahiran penggunaan penanda wacana dalam penulisan kerangan. Rentetan daripada ini, murid dapat mengatasi masalah pembaziran masa memulakan penulisan perenggan pendahuluan. Baik, ini ialah gambar pelaksanaan kajian ke atas murid kelas 5 Fitrah SMK Kabul. Ianya membabitkan seramai 31 orang murid. Ini pula merupakan contoh pendahuluan kerangan yang ditulis menggunakan teknik jadual 5 ayat oleh murid. Berdasarkan analisis ke atas jadual 5 ayat tersebut di atas, murid dilihat mampu menulis perenggan pendahuluan dengan baik menggunakan teknik tersebut. Murid juga menunjukkan peningkatan dalam penggunaan penanda wacana yang sesuai berpandukan ayat yang telah dirangka dalam jadual 5 ayat. Ini ialah analisis markah ujian pra dan ujian pos. Berdasarkan analisis markah ujian pra dan ujian pos tersebut, berlaku peningkatan terhadap bilangan ayat yang digunakan dalam menghasilkan perenggan pendahuluan kerangan oleh sebagian besar murid. Terdapat beberapa orang murid mampu membina lebih daripada 5 ayat walaupun menggunakan konsep jadual 5 ayat. Selain itu, penggunaan penanda wacana digunakan secara maksimum dalam setiap pengolahan ayat. Ini pula ialah hasil temu bual. Temu bual telah dilakukan terhadap murid dan hasil membuktikan bahawa murid dengan mudah dapat mengingat teknik menghasilkan perenggan pendahuluan. Sumbangan kajian tindakan ini terdapat 2. Pertama ialah membantu murid lemah mata pelajaran bahasa Melayu mencapai keputusan sekurang-kurangnya lulus kertas bahasa Melayu pada peringkat SPM. Yang kedua ialah sumbangan yang kedua ialah meningkatkan serta mempelbagaikan teknik pengajaran kerangan guru bahasa Melayu. Kesimpulan atau rumusan. Secara keseluruhannya, penggunaan jadual 5 ayat sebagai sebahagian daripada teknik pengajaran bahasa Melayu sangat berkesan dalam meningkatkan kemahiran menulis ayat pendahuluan yang lengkap. Dapatan kajian jelas menunjukkan perubahan minat pelajar yang positif terhadap penulisan kerangan selepas menggunakan teknik jadual 5 ayat. Maka berakhirlah pembentangan daripada saya. Sekian, terima kasih saya ucapkan atas perhatian semua. Baik.
Ya.
latihan mereka, untuk latihan dan sebagainya. So di akhir tadi ada data itu, cuma kita tidak paham itu. Maksud saya setiap perhatian yang kita buat untuk mengatasi isu itu harus disertakan dengan data. Jadi sebenarnya simpel data itu. Dulu kan apa yang kita biasa lakukan di sekolah, ujian domestik, EA1, EA2, hasil ujian murid, ukuran murid ataupun ukuran murid. No, semua UKM mesti berhati-hati dan beri proses. Saya sudah sebut ini semasa sesi kita di yang dulu itu. Ya. Kita ada UKM kata dalam sesi sebetulnya tak ada beri proses. Sebab dia bukan belajar instrumental itu. Kita tidak ada beri proses, tetapi kita beri pada nama baik malah. So kalau ada beri proses itu kalau tidak menjadikan benar refleksi. So itu adalah roh kajian tindakan. Refleksi sendiri itu untuk nama baik. So itu yang sangat perlu berhati-hati sedikit dengan beri proses. Sebenarnya tidak wajib. So itu sudah lihat itu. Yang itu kenapa? Ya, sangat baik juga. Dan cuma kalau boleh ditambah nanti itu. Nanti sertakan dengan data. Supaya penilaian apa? Penilaian itu berlaku. Bukan sesuatu yang ada. Bukan yang ada di sekolah. Yang kita sebut sebagai small data. Ini itu saja itu. Kita bisa berpikir, kalau itu kita akan berapa kita apa itu dalam bisa. Kita apa saja data yang kita belajar untuk membangun perhatian. Baik, tapi saya nampak itu basic ini sangat penting. Kalau kata boleh bersaing sudah. Cuma di akhir itu kita pakai usaha tadi. Kita ada apa refleksi sendiri dengan tugas itu. Itu penting. Itu membuat di akhir proses ini apa yang kita pelajari. Dan bagaimana itu menambah baik, meningkatkan kualitas amalan itu. Dalam itu mengajar anak-anak. Sesuatu berikutnya teruskan bersama untuk kita.
Baik. Terima kasih Dr. Joshua atas pandangan.
Terima kasih ucapkan kepada Cikgu Anderson Sandy daripada SMK Kampung. Dan bagi meneruskan sesi pembentangan kita dengan segala hormatnya, Majlis Mempersidakan Cikgu Persidangan Awal Anak Mawar dan Cikgu Kereti Anak Syabu daripada Sekolah Kebangsaan Sungai Nia dengan tajuk kajian tindakannya menggunakan projek MEMPERKASAKAN dalam mengukuhkan penanganan COVID, menguasai kata kerja transitif dan kata kerja tak transitif dalam mata pelajaran bahasa Iban tahun 6 dipersilakan.
Terima kasih kepada moderator kita pada hari ini dan selamat pagi kepada semua para hadirin yang dihormati. Dan izinkan saya untuk berkongsi kajian tindakan kumpulan kami dari Sekolah Kebangsaan Sungai Nia Roban yang bertajuk menggunakan projek Level Up untuk mengukuhkan penguasaan murid menggunakan kata kerja transitif dan kata kerja tak transitif bagi subjek bahasa Iban tahun 6. Dan rakan pengkaji yang bersama-sama dengan saya menjalankan kajian ini ialah Puan Kereti Anak Cabung. Dan ini merupakan isi kandungan untuk pembentangan kami pada pagi ini, iaitu pengenalan isu, metodologi, hasil kajian, kesimpulan dan rumusan. Dan sebagai pengenalan, kajian tindakan ini melibatkan seramai 11 orang murid tahun 6 teratai di SK Sungai Nia. Dan kajian tindakan ini dijalankan selama tempoh 2 minggu dan dijalankan selepas waktu PDP selama 60 minit dan tidak dijalankan pada setiap hari mengikut hari yang dipilih oleh guru dan sesuai dengan jadual murid juga. Dan ini merupakan standar kandungan dan juga standar pembelajaran yang berkaitan dengan kajian tindakan ini yang diambil daripada DSKP Bahasa Iban tahun 6. Yang pertama ialah standar kandungan 5.1 dan ini telah saya terjemahkan daripada Bahasa Iban yaitu menggunakan kemahiran bahasa dari segi kata dan frasa, dan juga standard pembelajaran 5.1.4 mengenali dan menggunakan pelbagai jenis kata kerja. Yang pertama, kata kerja transitif, dan yang kedua, kata kerja tak transitif. Maaf. Dan saya akan teruskan dengan objektif kajian. Yang pertama, mengukuhkan kemahiran murid membezakan kata kerja transitif dan kata kerja tak transitif. Yang kedua, mengukuhkan kemahiran murid menggunakan kata kerja transitif dan kata kerja tak transitif. Sebelum saya pergi dengan lebih lanjut, izinkan saya untuk menjelaskan sedikit berkenaan dengan konsep kata kerja transitif dan kata kerja tak transitif. Kata kerja transitif merupakan sejenis kata kerja yang memerlukan objek sebagai pelengkap kepada kata kerja tersebut. Contohnya, kata kerja transitif menyepak. Sekiranya kata kerja ini tidak diikuti oleh objek di dalam ayat, maka ayat itu dikira tidak lengkap. Dan ini perlu dikuasai oleh murid supaya ayat ataupun percakapan secara lisan menggunakan kata kerja ini dibuat dengan betul. Dan seterusnya berkenaan dengan konsep kata kerja transitif, di mana ianya terbahagi kepada dua, yaitu kata kerja tak transitif berpelengkap dan juga kata kerja tak transitif tidak berpelengkap. Dan di sini kata kerja ini boleh berdiri sendiri ataupun ianya perlu diikuti oleh frasa nama, frasa adjektif ataupun frasa sendi nama. Dan ini merupakan isu di dalam kajian tindakan kami yang telah diperolehi selepas membuat pemerhatian semasa menjalankan PDPC dan juga selepas menyemak latihan murid. Isu yang pertama ialah murid belum dapat membezakan kata kerja transitif dan kata kerja tak transitif. Seperti yang dapat kita lihat di gambar yang pertama yang melibatkan aktiviti murid membezakan kata kerja transitif dan kata kerja tak transitif, di mana murid telah mencampurkan kata kerja tersebut di dalam kategori yang salah. Manakala isu yang kedua pula ialah ayat tidak lengkap kerana kata kerja transitif sepatutnya mengandungi objek. Contohnya, ayat di dalam gambar yang kedua, Endara sudah menyepak. Seperti yang saya nyatakan tadi, menyepak merupakan kata kerja transitif yang perlu diikuti objek. Tetapi dalam ayat ini, murid telah menulis ayat yang tidak mengandungi objek. Dan saya teruskan juga dengan metodologi kajian ini pula dibuat berpaksikan model kajian tindakan kemis dan MEMPERKASAKAN, di mana guru telah membuat pemerhatian semasa dan juga selepas melaksanakan PDPC dan mendapati bahawa murid belum dapat membezakan dan menggunakan kata kerja dengan betul. Dan seterusnya, berdasarkan pemerhatian ini, guru telah membuat refleksi mengapakah isu ini berlaku, ianya kerana kemahiran murid menggunakan kata kerja tersebut belum kukuh. Kerana jujur saya katakan kadang-kadang jangka masa yang kita mengajar dalam kelas tidak mencukupi. Lebih-lebih lagi jika ianya melibatkan subtopik yang agak rumit. Maka berdasarkan refleksi ini, pekaji telah merancang tindakan iaitu menggunakan projek level up. Dan seterusnya, selepas ini saya akan menerangkan apakah projek level up, dan ini merupakan projek ciri-ciri projek yang kami jalankan. Jadi projek ini bersifat ansur maju, bermula daripada tahap aktiviti yang paling rendah sehingga ke aras yang lebih tinggi. Yang kedua, ianya dilaksanakan secara berkumpulan, tetapi setiap murid di dalam kumpulan tersebut diberikan lembaran aktiviti. Dan yang ketiga, projek ini mempunyai 3 fasa, yaitu fasa pertama yang akan ditandakan menggunakan lembaran kerja yang berwarna merah jambu, fasa kedua berwarna jingga, dan fasa ketiga berwarna hijau. Dan ini merupakan malin. Malin merupakan bahasa Iban yang membawa maksud bahan bantu ataupun kita panggil kit untuk membolehkan murid-murid memerhatikan semula sekiranya mereka tidak memahami konsep kata kerja ini. Dan kit ini diberikan pada awal kajian tindakan ini. Dan ini merupakan fasa 1 projek ini. Yang pertama, melibatkan aktiviti mengenali dan membezakan kata kerja ini, di mana murid-murid perlu mencari apakah kata kerja yang terdapat di dalam 10 ayat yang telah diberikan. Dan aktiviti yang kedua, murid perlu membahagikan kata kerja yang telah digariskan tersebut ke dalam jadual sama ada ianya dalam kategori kata kerja transitif atau kata kerja tak transitif. Manakala fasa 2 ke arah yang lebih tinggi, iaitu murid perlu menulis ayat yang mengandungi kata kerja transitif dan juga kata kerja tak transitif. Dan di sini guru telah memberikan contoh kata kerja tersebut. Manakala fasa 3 tidak ada contoh perkataan yang telah diberikan, di mana bermaksud murid perlu mencari apakah contoh kata kerja transitif dan apakah contoh kata kerja tak transitif, dan seterusnya menulis ayat menggunakan kata kerja tersebut. Dan ini merupakan hasil kajian di mana palang biru menunjukkan jumlah ayat yang betul yang murid telah tulis sebelum projek ini dijalankan, dan palang berwarna merah jambu merupakan hasil selepas projek ini dijalankan. Baik, dan ini merupakan hasil kerja murid. Saya ambil daripada beberapa contoh sahaja. Dan seterusnya ini merupakan rumusan yang boleh dibuat. Yang pertama, projek level up ini telah membantu murid untuk membezakan kata kerja transitif dan kata kerja tak transitif. Yang kedua, murid boleh menulis ayat menggunakan kata kerja transitif dan kata kerja tak transitif. Dan ketiga, murid boleh menyenaraikan dan seterusnya menulis ayat menggunakan kata kerja yang telah diberikan. Dan berdasarkan apa yang Dr. Joshua sudah tanyakan tadi, apakah refleksi daripada pengkaji sendiri setelah melaksanakan kajian ini? Dan seperti yang Cikgu Nora dan Cikgu Hidayah sudah kongsikan, kita sebagai guru perlu membolehkan murid tersebut untuk mencapai objektif pembelajaran yang telah ditetapkan mengikut aras murid tersebut. Sekian sahaja daripada pembendangan kumpulan kami. Sekian, terima kasih.
Ya, itu saya satu. Jadi kan ini sebagai ilmu untuk kita menceritakan bagaimana kita menamai kawan. Betul kita makan sebenarnya. Apa yang kita sebut di sini untuk mengatakan ini yang kita akan katakan jelas. Ya. Isu itu sangat jelas. Itu kaitan dengan apa dan bagaimana. Jadi ya sangat jelas. Aspek pertama 2,1,1. Yang mana dikatakan begitu berarti masalah pembelajaran. Sangat jelas. Jadi fokus. Sebenarnya untuk itu. Dan kita nampak data-data lain. Data awal itu menggambar hasil dari eksperimen. Cuma salah satu cara saya, aku jadi tidak menempuh tentang kita kaji juga. Jadi ada begitu. Tinggal di sini. Dan saya bekerja dalam proyek level ini.
Ya, semasa saya mengajar tahun 3 dahulu, saya pernah melaksanakan sejenis aktiviti yang ringkas juga, yang bernama untuk bahasa Iban juga, yang bertajuk Aram Mansang, di mana Aram Mansang ini bermaksud mari kita maju, dan ianya menggunakan aktiviti yang dari aras rendah dan juga aras tinggi. Dan saya gunakan pendekatan yang sama untuk murid-murid tahun 6 juga, tetapi aktiviti yang berbeza. Ya.
Jelas kan? Yang bukan tentang amalan dia. Kita katakan ini bukan menyelesaikan masalah dunia, juga masalah pokok praktis amalannya. Sebenarnya juga
terima kasih di atas perkongsian. Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, kita teruskan lagi perkongsian kita pada hari ini dengan mempersilakan pemerintah yang seterusnya, Cikgu Nur Akhirah binti Seni alias Sahid daripada SK yang baru bersatu dengan tajuk kajian tindakan yang meningkatkan kemahiran mendengar murid Maulia dalam bahasa Melayu menggunakan AV. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Tes. Hello. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada pengurusi majlis. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera saya ucapkan kepada para hadirin sekalian. Saya Nur Akhirah binti Sunit alias Suib akan membentangkan kajian tindakan yang bertajuk meningkatkan kemahiran mendengar murid tahun 5 dalam bahasa Melayu menggunakan AV. Ini merupakan antara isi kandungan yang saya akan bentangkan, dimulakan dengan pengenalan, isu, metodologi kajian, hasil kajian dan akhir sekali kesimpulan. Sebagai pengenalan, jika kita berbicara mengenai pembelajaran bahasa, kanak-kanak mengalami pemulihan bahasa daripada pendengaran. Mereka mendengar untuk bertutur. Sebagai contoh, perkataan asas seperti mama, papa yang diujarkan oleh para ibu bapa, lama-kelamaan bunyi bahasa tersebut akan diujarkan oleh kanak-kanak. Oleh itu, jelas bahawa kemahiran mendengar sangat penting dalam pembelajaran bahasa untuk berkomunikasi. Ia juga boleh dibuktikan melalui kajian oleh CM Fatin pada tahun 1991. Sebahagian besar pengetahuan manusia diperolehi adalah melalui pendengaran. Selain itu, menurut Ahmad dan Azman pada tahun 2022, amalan pengajaran yang berkualiti dapat membantu murid menguasai pembelajaran. Oleh itu, tanggungjawab sebagai seorang guru amatlah besar bagi mengendalikan PDP dengan menggunakan pedagogi yang sesuai dengan latar belakang murid. Seterusnya kita balik kepada isu kajian tindakan ini. Murid tahun 5 mengalami masalah dalam memberikan respon terhadap maklumat yang didengar. Isu ini dirujuk dalam DSKP tahun 5, Bahasa Melayu tahun 5. Kemahiran mendengar ini berada pada susunan pertama kemahiran bahasa. Jelas ia suatu kemahiran yang sangat penting perlu dikuasai oleh murid. Untuk rujukan SK 1.1, mendengar dan memberikan respon semasa berkomunikasi dalam situasi formal dan tidak formal. SP 1.1.2, mendengar, memahami dan memberikan respon terhadap maklumat yang diujarkan dalam situasi formal. Ini merupakan pemerhatian hasil daripada PDP. Maaf ya Dr. Joshua, saya tiada gambar untuk diletakkan. Okey, yang pertama, murid memberikan respon yang tidak tepat ataupun salah terhadap maklumat yang didengar. Yang kedua, murid menunjukkan ekspresi yang kurang minat dalam PDP. Yang ketiga, murid tidak aktif dalam bilik belajar. Saya telah menggunakan strategi pembelajaran berpusatkan murid, tetapi saya yang banyak bercakap dalam kelas. Kemudian murid mengganggu rakan lain, sebagai contoh mereka menconteng buku kawan, mencubit kawan dan sebagainya. Jelas bahawa BBM yang saya hasilkan adalah tidak menarik untuk murid. Oleh itu, saya telah membuat refleksi. Yang pertama, saya dapati murid saya ini minat akan auditory dan juga mereka ini minat akan visual. Mereka suka mendengar muzik, suara, gambar, video dan lain-lain. Mereka juga berminat akan gamifikasi disebabkan saya merupakan guru baharu dan saya tidak pernah mengajar murid ini. Jadi saya bertanyakan apa hobi, apa minat murid ini. Jadi rata-rata mereka minat akan permainan secara dalam talian. Oleh itu saya telah membuat intervensi dengan saya namakan ia sebagai AV. Intervensi ini saya dibuat menggunakan PowerPoint sahaja. A adalah auditory, V adalah visual. Dan mengapa saya menghasilkan intervensi yang bernama AV? Sebab elemen utama dalam PowerPoint saya ini, saya meletakkan gambar dan visual dan auditory lah. Kemudian ini merupakan antara simbol-simbol yang telah saya aktifkan dan saya telah memberikan fungsi yang tersendiri terhadap simbol tersebut. Ini adalah contoh pamparannya. Untuk murid memulakan PDP, mereka akan menekan mula. Dan setiap simbol ini akan mempunyai fungsi yang tersendiri. Mereka perlu klik terhadap simbol yang mereka mahukan. Dan setiap slide akan diberi arahan melalui suara saya sendiri. Saya juga memuatkan video yang saya hasilkan sesuai dengan tema dan objektif PDP pada masa tersebut. Selain itu, dalam paparan skrin juga saya adakan kuis. Kuis ini jika respon murid salah akan keluar emoji menangis dan jika respon murid betul dan akan gambar emoji senyum. Di samping itu, saya juga meletakkan beberapa pautan untuk pengayaan murid. Jadi saya tidak menggunakan, saya menterjemahkan lembaran kerja yang bersifat bercetak kepada lembaran kerja yang berbentuk digital seperti ini. Oleh itu, untuk objektif kajian tindakan, yang pertama, meningkatkan penguasaan murid dalam kemahiran mendengar untuk memberikan respon yang betul terhadap maklumat yang didengar. Untuk objektif kedua, menambah baik amalan pedagogi guru dalam pengajaran kemahiran mendengar. Ini merupakan metodologi kajian. Saya telah menggunakan reka bentuk kajian kualitatif. Model Kemis dan McTaggart 1988 dijadikan sebagai panduan untuk menjalankan kajian ini. Kajian ini melibatkan 5 orang murid, 3 lelaki dan 2 perempuan. Untuk mengumpul data, bagi objektif pertama, saya menggunakan senarai semak rekod tahap perkembangan murid dalam kemahiran mendengar. Untuk objektif kedua, rekod refleksi terhadap perkembangan murid dalam kemahiran mendengar. Saya menggunakan data ini 3 minggu selepas dan sebelum menggunakan AV. Kemudian untuk menganalisis data, objektif pertama saya menggunakan Microsoft Excel untuk menghasilkan gambar rajah melihat sebelum dan selepas menggunakan AV. Yang kedua, untuk objektif kedua saya menggunakan analisis tema bagi mewakili data kajian yang saya perolehi berkenaan dengan refleksi. Ini merupakan hasil kajian untuk objektif pertama, iaitu meningkatkan penguasaan murid dalam kemahiran mendengar untuk memberikan respon yang betul terhadap maklumat yang didengar. Sebagai petunjuk, untuk warna ungu yang cerah merupakan sebelum menggunakan AV dan warna ungu yang gelap merupakan selepas menggunakan AV. Untuk informan pertama, daripada 30% meningkat kepada 80%. Informan kedua, 40% meningkat kepada 90%. Informan ketiga, 30% meningkat kepada 100%. Informan keempat, 40% meningkat kepada 100%. Dan akhir sekali, informan kelima daripada 20% meningkat kepada 70%. Jadi secara keseluruhannya, AV ini membantu murid untuk menguasai kemahiran mendengar dengan baik. Kita beralih kepada hasil kajian yang kedua, iaitu menambah baik amalan pedagogi guru dalam pengajaran kemahiran mendengar. Untuk ini, saya telah wujudkan satu tema refleksi positif untuk mewakili data kajian yang saya dapat. Sebagai contoh data kajian yang pertama, media interaktif iaitu AV yang dihasilkan berjaya menarik minat murid dalam PDP. Yang kedua, video yang ditayangkan membantu murid memberikan respon yang betul. Dan akhir sekali, pedagogi ataupun strategi PDP belajar melalui bermain yang digunakan berjaya meningkatkan fokus murid. Hasil dari refleksi ini dapat disimpulkan bahawa penambahbaikan guru dalam pedagogi yang lebih sesuai dengan latar belakang murid zaman kini dengan menggunakan strategi pembelajaran melalui bermain telah membantu pengajaran murid dalam kemahiran mendengar. Untuk kesimpulan, hasil dapatan telah dibuktikan bahawa TMK dalam PDP membantu dalam untuk menguasai murid kemahiran bahasa, khususnya kemahiran mendengar. Sebagai tambahan, Azhar et al. Pada tahun 2017, penggunaan multimedia menjadi medium komunikasi yang positif dan efektif dalam PDP. Sebagai cadangan, kajian mengenai penerimaan teknologi dalam kalangan murid perlu dijalankan bagi melihat kebelekupayaan murid serta fasiliti yang ada untuk pengajaran murid. Saya kira itu sahaja pembentangan daripada saya. Atas perhatian semua, saya ucapkan terima kasih. Okey, baik.
Bermaksud tidak berisiko dengan ini bahwa pendengaran boleh membawa murid menguasai pembelajaran. Untuk kesimpulan tadi, saya sarankan supaya dua orang ini atau dua pihak ini dibawa semula dalam akhir kajian itu supaya menambah kajian yang dibawa oleh Azhar dan dibuat dalam akhir tadi supaya ketika orang ini bisa melihat. Kalau dia tidak melihat itu, dia melebarkan lagi skop kebenaran, skop perkataan politik. Oke, politik itu saya yang itu kesimpulan. Kebenaran politik. Oke, di sini. Kebenaran jadi apa dalam membantu menguasai bahasa. Makanya kebenaran. Tapi kita disebut secara umum saja menguasai bahasa. Kebenaran di situ tadi ya. Kebenaran. Oke, adakah penggunaan berbeda menjadi edukasi positif? Perkataan positif dan oke, jadi caranya kajian mengenai penerimaan religius di kalangan murid. Jadi kesimpulan Azhar kuat Azhar ini dengan PDP di atas itu saling melengkapi dua oleh hakikat pengenalan. Bukan saya lengkap tapi berlepas dan pemahaman. Kemudian wajar jika misalkan penggunaan teknologi yang kuat lagi. Baik itu komentar kan?
Okey, terima kasih.
Saya bisa seperti itu dalam kajian apa yang disebut oleh beliau. Kajian kita mesti ngobrol. orang maksudnya saling berkait. Itu yang maksudnya dari pemulakan. Termasuk isu, objektif, method, saling berkait. Satu, jadi terkait, jadi bisa mereka terisi, terdapat begini, itu usaha. So itu yang dari kata-kata apa-apa itu dia saling naik, maksudnya saling naik dulu, itu ada. Dia akan saling membantu atau akan melewati nanti. Apapun nanti akan kita selesai.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Cikgu Nur Akira daripada Istina Guru Sarato. Hadirin hadirat sekalian, kita teruskan lagi pembentangan kita pada tengah hari ini dengan mempersilakan pembentang yang ke-20 dengan tajuk kajian tindakannya, The Use of Popular Storytelling in Enhancing the Understanding of Stories among Year 3 Pupils. Disediakan Cikgu Sana dari Tilapani daripada Sekolah Kebangsaan Antarabangsa. Dipersilakan.
Testing. Yang dihormati barisan pegawai pendidikan daerah Sarato, barisan juri, barisan pengetua dan guru besar, serta guru-guru sekalian. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan salam menjulang pendidikan negeri Sarawak. Sebelum itu, mohon izin meneruskan pembentangan saya pada hari ini dalam bahasa Inggris. What a beautiful day! I mean, what a beautiful day to be able to see beautiful faces in front of me. Yeah, thank you. Let me thank you all for coming here today. I'm Firzana Huda binti Rabai, and I'm teaching English at Sekolah Kebangsaan Abang Leman Kabung, very near the Pizza. Okay, so today I'll be presenting my action research entitled The Use of Q-Land Story Technique in Enhancing the Understanding of Stories among Year 3 students. Firstly, as we can see on the screen, these are the components in my research that I'll be presenting today. I'll start with the reflection of past teaching experiences, and I'll move on to research focus. Next, research objectives, my target group as well. After that, I'll be explaining about research implementation and the implementation of the intervention. And also, I will talk about my research findings, and at last, I will talk about my reflection. To get started, the idea of my intervention appears due to the recurring problem I faced in my teaching reflections, and this is specifically in my reading class. Besides teaching reflections, I also did a diagnostic test on 8 of my students. I actually want to make sure the issue is really happening among them. So, from the results of the test, 6 out of 8 student participants could not answer more than 2 questions correctly. This is so alarming because they gave me answers that were not related to the questions, and some of them copied random phrases in the text. Besides that, in terms of behaviors, all of them showed less interest, not even looking enthusiastic to answer the question. So, from the result of my initial survey, I found my research focus. And the issue was the students have a poor understanding of stories, and there were factors leading to the issue. As we can see on the screen, I found out that they have a lack of vocabulary. Besides, they do not understand about the 5 W's 1 hash questions, and they also have less interest in reading. Before I explain about my intervention, let me show you my research objectives. And these are my 3 research objectives. Number 1, explore and investigate the challenges faced by the students in understanding stories. Second, explore and investigate students' improved understanding of stories through the use of Curriculum story technique, which is my intervention. And the third one is explore, reflect, and learn from the insights gained from this research. And this is actually more to my teaching practices. Okay. So as you can see here, now allow me to introduce my intervention. Curriculum story technique is the combination of having questions and color to be the guidance of comprehending the story. So, question, Q is for the question, Co is for color, and I use 5 W's 1 hash questions to help students be clear with important elements in a story, such as characters and story settings. 5 W's refer to the who, what, when, where, and why, while 1 hash refers to how type of question. And the color, if you can see, there are a lot of color there. The color will help them to identify the differences between each question. And the color-coded cues will help students to increase their focus in searching for answers to different types of questions regarding each color. And my statement is also supported by Kramer, Antel, and Fenn, 2016. Color helps students to identify abstract relations such as similarity, difference, or correlation. Before I continue with the next slide, ladies and gentlemen, my Curriculum story technique intervention were also done by referring to one of the learning standard of reading skill in the DSKP itself. So it is the learning standard 3.2.2, understand specific information and details of short, simple text. Pardon me, I didn't put it in my slide. Okay. Let's proceed to my target group. Okay, my target group for this research is a group of year 3 consisting of 8 students with 4 boys and 4 girls all together. This group is a mixed ability type of class with a low and intermediate level of proficiency. Let's proceed to my research implementation. I carried out my research by referring to the chemist and MEG target model. I've done 2 cycles. I've triangulated the data to identify the relationship between them in order to reflect from both perspectives. The 3 methods I used were observation by using the behavioral observational checklist, the questionnaire to get students' feedback, and students' work to evaluate students' performance. Meanwhile, teaching reflection were done throughout the process to evaluate my own teaching practices. So here we can see, this is my cycle 1. Okay, these are the pictures of student participants while they're answering the worksheet in the classroom. Then the next slide is a sample of their work in my cycle 1. And these are the actions I took in my cycle 1. Okay, now, After doing reflections for my cycle 1, these are the comparisons of materials. So for the short story, in cycle 2, I've added the color-coded cues combining the 5 Ws 1 has questions and color in the reading text. Secondly, the number of pictures has been reduced because too many pictures will lead to confusion. And also, the activity has been changed to another fun and more interesting activity, which is the mini pop-up book activity. In cycle 2, the situation was quite different because at that time is where the moment we are still in the COVID-19. So we did online class by Google Meet. During the teaching and learning session, I highlighted more on the vocabulary learning and also repeatedly explained about the 5 Ws 1 has questions and give them guidance to use the color-coded cues, which is the new element. So during this cycle, I was continuously observing the changes in the students' behavior, and I also asked them to fill in the same questionnaire at the end of the lesson. These are the sample of students' work in cycle 2. As we can see here, 3 of them managed to get full marks. Moving on to my research finding, the first method is observations analysis. So as we can see here, both of the behaviors have the increased number of students in cycle 2 compared to cycle 1. So this means that in cycle 2, the students are paying more attention and also giving more cooperation in the activities. These are just some of the behaviors that I took from the checklist. Meanwhile, in the questionnaire analysis, here I've picked 2 questions that obviously showed positive results. As we can see in both tables and in both questions, in cycle 2, there is more positive feedback compared to cycle 1 in terms of teachers' instructions and also the difficulty of the 5 Ws 1 has questions. So this shows improvements in cycle 2. Meanwhile, in the questionnaire analysis, here I've picked 2 questions that Oh, sorry, this is the next slide. Again, another positive feedback from students about the color-coded clues in cycle 2. And all of them agreed, 8 of them agreed that the color-coded cues help them in finding answer. Okay, this is the last part of the research findings, which is the analysis of students' performance. As we can see in the table, there are improvements in cycle 2. So this clearly shows that the intervention really helped the students in improving their performance. It's not just getting from their work, but also from their feedback. To conclude, I'm satisfied with the result of my action research because based on the data that I have collected and I have analyzed, and most of them are positive. I got positive feedback from my students as well, and their performance was improved. So I believe that the objective of my research were all achieved. However, I also believe there is always room for improvement. So, these are the list of actions that I believe can help myself to improve the intervention in the future. There are 4 of them. The first one is simplify the reading text because I found out that some of them still struggling in reading it. So we need to simplify. Next, I use the technique and visual. It needs to be continuously done to make them familiar with the activity. Next, create more reading text, more than one, with similar features. And the last one is increase the number of respondents to know either it will be a success for a bigger population of student population. Okay, so that's all from me. Thank you.
Terima kasih diucapkan. Ada soalan lain? Silakan.
Yeah, congratulations for the presentation. I would like to send please show the class, right?
This one?
For your suggestion, for your first suggestion, you try to say that simplify the reading text. Does it include all the instruction given by the teachers? Also have to be simplified or simplify the reading text. Otherwise, the student will just focus on the reading and not focusing on the understanding overlooking on the teacher. Is it something you can decide at the first at the beginning of your presentation? Student, you have found that your student easily understand your structure, right? Okay, you push it to the
Which one?
which
Which one? Okay. Okay.
Was the teacher certificate for you? No, 6 of them. I don't know. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You related it to your first suggestion and your last slide. Okay. This was the last one. Simplify the reading text. Does it mean this one include your instruction given by you or the leader to the student?
Okay, thank you for the interesting question. So to answer the question, so I've done 2 cycles, like I've said before. So I found out when I reflect back to my first cycle, I found out that my instruction is quite complicated for them to understand. So I have tried to simplify it in my cycle 2. So the things that here it means like I need to simplify the reading text only because I myself personally I think I have simplified my instruction during the cycle 2. It's just the matter of the vocabulary and their level of proficiency in English. Yeah, especially the TP2 student. Yeah, that's why here I said I need to simplify only the reading text. Yeah, that's all. Any question? Thank you.
Terima kasih diucapkan sekali lagi pada Cikgu Filzana mewakili kami daripada Sekolah Bangsa Anak Bala yang Tahu. Hadirin sekalian, kita teruskan lagi pembekalan kita dengan menjemput Cikgu Yong Tae Ji daripada SJK Chonghua Wan dengan tajuk kajian tindakannya penggunaan inovasi level bahasa Melayu IPBM dalam kalangan murid pembinaan keluarga bandar. Silakan.
Okey. Salam sejahtera, selamat tengah hari kepada Tuan PPT, Cikgu Anis, Dr. Joshua, Dr. Teo, Barisan dari PPD 1, SISC PPD 1, Barisan Guru Besar, Penolong Kanan 1 Sekolah, Barisan Tetamu Khas dan guru-guru serta pembentang-pembentang sekalian. Okey, pembentang yang sebelum saya ni semua hebat-hebat semua. Okey, saya Cikgu Yong Tae Ji dari Sekolah SJKC Chonghua Wan akan membentangkan tajuk kajian saya yang bertajuk penggunaan inovasi tabel bahasa Melayu ataupun dalam short form dia ITBM dalam kalangan murid pemulihan luar bandar. Seterusnya saya akan teruskan dengan pengenalan kajian tindakan saya, yaitu kajian ini melalui PDP pengkaji mendapati murid hanya dapat sebutkan kata kerja berpandukan ataupun kaedah pandan sebut. Murid hanya dapat sebut ayat mudah berpandukan gambar. Okey, kes ini juga lebih kurang sama dengan SK Mudong kemarin dan juga sekolah SFSC Minsing. Kita mungkin menghadapi masalah yang sama lah dekat sekolah, iaitu murid dia lemah dalam membina ayat mudah. Okey, yang ini juga termasuk dalam konstruk 11 pemulihan, yaitu di mana murid perlu menguasai kemahiran konstruk 11, yaitu membaca dan membina ayat mudah sebelum mereka dilepaskan ke kelas perdana lah. Seterusnya, objektif kajian saya ialah mengenal pasti kelemahan dan kekuatan ITBM dalam pelaksanaannya dalam kalangan murid pemulihan tahun 3 di sekolah SKC Chonghua Roban untuk menguasai kemahiran membina ayat mudah. Okey, untuk objektif yang kedua yaitu mengemukakan cadangan penambahbaikan ITBM untuk meningkatkan penguasaan kemahiran membina ayat mudah dalam kalangan murid pemulihan luar bandar. Seterusnya, mari kita menelitikan tentang isu kajian ini, yaitu pengkaji menghadapi kebanyakan murid pemulihan tahun 3 masih susah ataupun tidak dapat menguasai kemahiran membina ayat mudah semasa PDP, dan teknik yang akan digunakan ialah pengkaji akan menggunakan teknik ITBM ini untuk meningkatkan penguasaan kemahiran membina ayat mudah. Okey, yang ini ialah kerangka kajian ini, di mana pengkaji akan memilih 6 orang murid pemulihan tahun 3 sebagai peserta dalam kajian ini. Okey, tujuan kajian seperti yang telah diterangkan tadi, yaitu untuk membantu murid pemulihan dalam menguasai kemahiran membaca ayat mudah dan juga mengenal pasti kekuatan dan kelemahan intervensi ITBM. Selain itu, ia juga meningkatkan PDB guru ke satu lagi peringkat yang lebih cantik. Okey, seterusnya, untuk metodologi ataupun reka bentuk kajian, iaitu pengkaji menggunakan cara gabungan kualitatif dan juga kuantitatif. Instrumen yang akan digunakan ialah soalan ujian saringan dan juga rekod kemajuan murid. Seterusnya, dapatan dari instrumen tersebut akan dianalisis menggunakan peratus macam ujian sumatif di sekolah. Okey. Seterusnya, apa sebenarnya ITBM? Okey. Kalau yang ni cikgu-cikgu pernah cari dalam Google ataupun YouTube, kebanyakan guru dia menamakan teknik ini sebagai teknik skop, SKOP lah, iaitu dia adalah satu jadual yang mempunyai subjek, kata kerja, objek dan perluasan. Okey, jadual ini sebenarnya dia bagi saya dia adalah satu panduan kepada murid untuk membina ayat. Okey, kalau kita cuma bagi huruf S, K, O dan P, mungkin mereka masih kurang faham kalau murid pemulihan lah. Okey, jadi dengan adanya gambar raja lah pada cycle pertama, guru boleh bagi gambar sebagai panduan kepada murid untuk membimbing mereka ataupun supaya murid dapat menjana idea dari sana lah. Okey, selain itu jadual ini dia tidak semestinya kita cuma dapat simpan subjek, kata kerja ataupun objek. Kita juga boleh sebagai contoh lah, kita boleh letak dekat petak pertama orang dan petak kedua kita boleh suruh murid letak adjektif. Jadi dia akan menjadi contoh ayat Joanne seorang pelupa ataupun Joanne pelupa. Jadual ini bagi saya dia adalah satu jadual yang hidup. Cikgu boleh ubah suai jadual tersebut berdasarkan kandungan pembelajaran pada hari tersebut. Okey, seterusnya ABM dalam hard copy ataupun lebaran boleh juga digunakan. Sebagai contoh yang saya letak di sini, rekod kemajuan 1, saya menggunakan cara yang begini. Kalau masa PDP, kita boleh buat secara permainan lah. Okay, ini contoh dia. SKOP itu kita boleh ubah lah berdasarkan kandungan pembelajaran pada hari tersebut. Untuk dapatan ujian saingan sebelum intervensi ini dijalankan, 6 peserta dia mendapat markah lebih kurang dalam 20 lebih. Okay. Setelah 2 kali intervensi ini dijalankan, okay, 6 orang peserta ini dia menunjukkan sedikit peningkatan, okay, dari segi skor mereka lah. Okey, yang akhir sekali iaitu refleksi. Kekuatan teknik ini iaitu dapat menjadi satu panduan kepada murid pemulihan untuk membina ayat mudah. Kelemahan dia pula ialah murid dia sangat bergantung dengan panduan gambar ataupun perkataan yang diberikan oleh guru. Walaupun teknik ini kita digunakan untuk mengajar murid membina ayat, tetapi cikgu tahu juga kan keadaan murid pemulihan dia tak semestinya pandai, kadang-kadang dia pandai sebut perkataan itu tapi dia tidak pandai tulis. Jadi kita perlu bagi perkataan jugalah. Kita ajar cara, bukan cara songsang lah, kita ajar dari ayat ke perkataan macam yang dikongsikan oleh Cikgu SK Budon kemarin kan. Okay, kita tak semestinya fokus dengan ayat dulu. Sebab kalau pemulihan yang konstruk awal-awal tu dia lebih fokus dengan perkataan. Kalau murid tu dia stuck dengan kemahiran perkataan tu, macam kita mau carry forward susah. Jadi mau tidak mau kita ajar dari macam yang dari ayat dulu baru ke perkataan semula pun boleh. Okey, untuk penambahbaikan iaitu latih tubi mengenali perkataan dengan murid, memantapkan lagi kaedah ITBM sama ada dalam bentuk ICT supaya ia lebih menjimatkan masa dan tenaga guru dalam menyediakan bahan bantu mengajar. Okey, itu sahaja pembincangan saya pada tengah hari ini. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Cikgu Yong Pek Jing mewakili SDK Chongqua Robai. Dan kita teruskan.
Saya hanya atas sesuatu mulai dari ini boleh saya saya yang berbeda. Apa namanya? Itu mengenali perkataan dengan murid. Komunikasi dan cara permainan. Ya, ada apa? Oke, yang ini. Nanti kalau kemudian ada mengatakan dari skop ini boleh dijadikan sebagai permainan. Oke, satu permainan, satu lagi ialah lagi. Oke, kita ambil satu contohnya. Yang pertama itu sampai. Kalau contohnya nama yang sibuk letak itu ya nama lagi. Boleh tak kita itukan dia supaya apa saya ahli aku bersama yang memaparkan lelaki supaya itukan dia memperbanyakkan contoh, memperluaskan contoh supaya dia boleh memenuhi kriteria satu bentuk permainan dalam ini. Boleh.
Oke, saya menjawab soalan dari Dr. Tio. Oke, kaedah tu boleh diguna pakai kalau saya lah. Oke, sebenarnya ayat mudah dalam pemulihan, contohlah kalau dia boleh jawab bahagian S, K dan O, sebenarnya bagi saya dah cukup untuk ayat mudah. Tetapi kadang-kadang kalau murid dia sebut, dia pandai. Kadang-kadang bahagian perluasan pun mereka boleh bagi huraian yang lebih jelas. Kalau mereka dapat bagi huraian yang lebih jelas, maka saya akan bagi contoh ayat tu lah supaya budak tu salin dalam dia punya lebaran kerja. Okey, macam saya sebut tadi, jadual ini bagi saya dia adalah satu benda yang hidup. Contoh kalau yang bahagian pertama tadi, saya tidak mau letak subjek. Saya mau tukar kepada orang macam Dr. Tio sebut tadi ya. Saya bahagian pertama saya letak orang, bahagian kedua saya letak perbuatan dan O dan P saya tutup dulu. Saya buang. Okey. Jadi murid boleh buat ayat contoh Juli ataupun Ali dia sedang buat apa. Dia akan menjadi satu lagi ayat mudah. Okey. Yang ini SKOP yang saya letak cuma satu panduan kepada murid cara untuk membuat ayat. Dia tak semestinya dalam struktur yang begini juga. Dia boleh dari struktur yang lain. Okey, janji ayat itu betul. Sebab kalau di SJKC, kalau kita direct translate dari bahasa Cina kepada BM kan, kadang-kadang ayat BM akan menjadi songsang. Ini yang biasa berlaku lah. Tetapi di sekolah saya selamatlah sebab majoritinya bangsa Iban dan Melayu lah. Jadi perkara ini masih kurang di sekolah saya. Okey, terima kasih.
Yang PhD daripada STK Cokwa Lebat, dan kita teruskan pembentangan kita dengan mempersilakan Cikgu Niza binti Yusuf daripada SMK Antarabangsa dengan tajuk kajian tindakannya teknik badan adai dan kilas meningkatkan kemahiran menulis jawapan kemahiran berfikir RCE hebat dalam kelas 2 mata pelajaran sejarah. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih kepada pengacara majlis. Berdiri megah tugu negara, tiada tandingan, teguh di persada. Salam diberi, mula bicara, hajatku ingin berkongsi minda. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera semua. Yang berusaha Encik Anis bin Madali, Pegawai Pendidikan Daerah Seratok. Yang dihormati Dr. Joshua dan Dr. Tio dari JPNS, barisan pegawai-pegawai PPD Seratok, barisan urus setia, guru-guru penolong kanan pentadbiran serta rakan-rakan pembentang sekalian. Saya, Cikgu Niza binti Yusuf dari SMK Agama Seratok akan membentangkan hasil kajian tindakan yang bertajuk Teknik Badan Ajaib dan Peptinas dalam meningkatkan kemahiran menulis jawapan KEBAT bagi kertas 2 SPM untuk mata pelajaran sejarah. Baiklah, sebagai pengenalan, menurut Nur Akma et al. 2015, pada tahun 1989 mata pelajaran sejarah telah mengalami perubahan yang besar apabila dijadikan sebagai subjek teras yang wajib diambil oleh setiap pelajar. Jadi, subjek sejarah ini bukan hanya menekankan perolehan ilmu pengetahuan, malah meningkatkan penghayatan terhadap nilai-nilai murni. Justru pada tahun 2013, Kerajaan Malaysia telah menetapkan subjek sejarah ini sebagai subjek wajib lulus dalam SPM. Jadi mata pelajaran sejarah ini ditaksir dalam 2 kertas, iaitu kertas 1 dan kertas 2. Dalam kertas 2 terdapat 7 soalan KEBAT yang menguji pelajar untuk menjawab soalan yang terdapat dalam bahagian C. Jadi bahagian KEBAT ini lazimnya kebiasaannya mengandungi 40 markah daripada 100 markah keseluruhan. Jadi saya mendapati di sekolah saya terdapat pelajar yang tidak menguasai kemahiran menjawab soalan KEBAT ini. Sebab apa? Soalan KEBAT ini amat penting untuk membantu murid sekurang-kurangnya boleh lulus untuk kertas sejarah dalam SPM. Justru kajian tindakan ini saya telah laksanakan di SMK Agama Seratok yang merupakan sebuah sekolah di luar bandar. Okey, seterusnya, dalam kajian ini saya telah menggariskan 2 objektif yang utama. Yang pertama, untuk meningkatkan kemahiran murid dalam menulis jawapan KEBAT sejarah dengan lengkap dan tepat berpandukan teknik badan ajaib dan Peptinas. Yang kedua, untuk memperbaiki amalan PDPC guru dengan menggunakan teknik badan ajaib dan Peptinas. Okay. Seterusnya, semasa saya membuat refleksi PDPC yang lalu, saya mendapati beberapa isu yang telah dikenal pasti. Isu yang pertama adalah berkaitan dengan isu murid dan isu yang kedua adalah berkenaan dengan saya sendiri. Isu murid yang pertama, semasa dalam kelas saya mengajar tentang KEBAT, mereka menunjukkan sikap tidak bersemangat, gemar tidur, tidak berminat dengan apa yang saya ajarkan. Isu yang kedua pula, semasa saya menyemak kertas peperiksaan akhir tahun tingkatan 4, saya mendapati mereka tidak menjawab soalan pada bahagian ini. Berdasarkan tinjauan, kenapa mereka tak jawab soalan KEBAT ini? Sebab mereka tidak ada idea langsung untuk menulis jawapan. Jadi di situ mereka telah membazir banyak masa untuk memikirkan jawapan. Walaupun ditulis, itu hanyalah kehendak soalan yang disalin semula. Isu yang ketiga pula, semasa saya menyemak buku latihan, saya mendapati idea mereka sangat terhad walaupun ada jawapan. Tidak cukup isi, jawapan mereka tidak relevan dan tidak ditulis pangkal ayat jawapan. Sebab saya fikir pangkal jawapan ini amat penting untuk mempengaruhi jawapan pelajar yang seterusnya. Isu yang keempat adalah mereka sebenarnya memang tidak yakin untuk menjawab soalan berbentuk KEBAT ini. Sebab itu walaupun saya bagi latihan, mereka langsung tak jawab. Okay, isu yang seterusnya adalah isu berkenaan dengan diri saya sendiri. Apabila saya mencermin diri saya mendapati bahawa saya ni adalah seorang guru yang syok sendiri ketika mengajar. Apa tidaknya kaedah pengajaran saya untuk bahagian KEBAT ini sebenarnya tidak dapat menarik hati pelajar. Jadi mereka ni sukar memahami kaedah yang saya telah ajar sebelum-sebelum ini. Jadi perkara ini turut disokong oleh kajian Syarini dan Salmah 2016. Mereka menjelaskan bahawa gaya pengajaran yang diamalkan guru lebih ke arah corak pengajaran tradisional dan membosankan, meninggalkan kesan negatif terhadap murid. Di samping itu, saya juga banyak memberikan latihan kebat kepada mereka, tapi saya tak memberikan panduan yang jelas, memberikan bimbingan khusus kepada mereka untuk menjawab soalan kebat. Dan juga saya tidak dapat melihat kemampuan murid sebelum ini. Okey. Seterusnya untuk metodologi kajian. Saya telah menjalankan kajian ini menggunakan model kajian kemis MEMPERKASAKAN pada tahun 1988 dan model ini terdiri pada 4 peringkat iaitu mereflek, tinjauan awal, merancang tindakan, melaksanakan tindakan dan membuat pemerhatian seperti dalam rajah tersebut. Kajian ini saya jalankan selama 3 bulan iaitu daripada bulan Mei hingga bulan Ogos iaitu bersamaan dengan 12 minggu. Dalam 1 minggu saya jalankan hanya 1 kali kelas iaitu selama 2 jam. Dan 12 minggu ini saya merancang 12 aktiviti untuk belajar. Peserta kajian yang terlibat dalam kajian tindakan ini adalah seramai 17 orang pelajar kelas 5 dedikasi SMK Agama Seratok di mana mereka telah gagal dalam mata pelajaran sejarah, kesemua mereka gagal dan kebanyakan mereka tidak mendapat markah antara 30 hingga 40 markah dalam jawapan kebat dan soalan kebat. Malah ada yang mendapat hanya 5 markah sahaja untuk bahagian kebat ini. Okey, inilah yang dikatakan badan ajaib. Kita tengok dulu apa itu badan ajaib. Badan ajaib ini sebenarnya rangka jawapan jawapan kebat. Jadi saya menganalogikan badan manusia ni kan lengkap. Jadi apabila pelajar menghasilkan ayat jawapan kebat, mereka kena lengkap seperti lengkapnya badan manusia daripada kepala hingga ke kaki. Kepala maksudnya jawapan perlu dimulakan dengan kepala ayat. Daripada mana dapat kepala ayat? Daripada kehendak soalan. Muka pula maksudnya isi yang pertama yang perlu ditulis oleh pelajar. Tangan kanan pula maksudnya huraian yang pertama. Tangan kiri pula maksudnya perlu ada huraian yang kedua. Perut maksudnya jawapan pelajar mesti ada contoh dan kaki pula adalah jawapan pelajar perlu ada inference. Itulah badan ajaib yang telah saya hasilkan. Seterusnya badan ajaib juga saya telah menyenaraikan dalam 24 kata kerja positif yang ditunjukkan dengan tangan kanan dan 6 kata kerja negatif untuk kata kerja negatif ditunjukkan dengan tangan kiri. Jadi kenapa kata kerja ini sangat penting dalam menjawab soalan kebat? Kerana ia dapat mengembangkan pelajar menulis jawapan dengan kata-kata kerja yang bersesuaian dengan kehendak soalan. Selepas ini kita akan lihat contoh soalan dan jawapan menggunakan badan ajaib ini. Seterusnya, apa itu PEPINAS? PEPINAS ini sebenarnya satu akronim. Akronim iaitu saya minta pelajar untuk menghafal isi-isi yang telah disediakan untuk membantu ingatan pelajar. Jadi semasa peperiksaan, mereka tak membazir masa. Jadi mereka dah ada isi-isi tersebut. P ini maksudnya, kita lihat slide yang lebih besar. P ini maksudnya perpaduan. E ekonomi, P politik, T teknologi, I ilmu, N nilai murni, A aman dan S sosial. Di dalam PEPINAS ini saya telah menyediakan beberapa isi-isi yang bombastik. Kenapa saya gelar isi-isi ini bombastik? Sebab isi-isi memang kerap, memang lazim digunakan untuk menjawab soalan kebat sejarah. Pelajar hanya boleh hanya pilih dan sesuaikan dengan kehendak soalan. Contohnya perpaduan. Apa isi yang berkaitan dengan perpaduan? Bekerjasama, bertolak ansur, hubungan erat, hubungan silaturahim, cinta akan negara atau patriotik atau patriotisme. Kemudian begitu juga dengan ekonomi, politik, saya sediakan semua isi-isi untuk pelajar ingat. Tak ingat semua, ingat 5 isi dalam satu akronim pun dah memadai. Nilai murni, aman, sosial. Okey. Itulah teknik badan ajaib dan PEPINAS. Okey, teknik ini saya telah hasilkan menggunakan slide PowerPoint iaitu dalam bentuk bahan mojud, dicetak, kemudian diliminate dibantu oleh anak murid saya sendiri. Kemudian setelah beberapa minggu saya menggunakan PowerPoint ini, saya telah menambah baik dengan menghasilkan teknik ini dalam bentuk video animasi. Okey, kita boleh saksikan sedikit sedutan.
Assalamualaikum melaksanakan, meningkatkan, mewujudkan, memulihkan, meluruskan, mengarahkan, memperbaiki, gunakan teknik pada kajian juga Anda boleh menghasilkan jawapan hebat yang lengkap seperti lengkapnya badan manusia. Oleh juga mewakili jawapan perlu digunakan dengan kepala diikuti oleh isi, kemudian kanan mewakili uraian yang pertama, kemudian kanan kiri untuk uraian yang kedua. Seterusnya, perlu bermaksud akhir perlu ada contoh dan akhir sekali inference yang diwakili oleh kaki dan maka lengkaplah jawapan hebat Anda. Seterusnya,
Okey, video ini saya hasilkan menggunakan video animaka yang saya masukkan suara saya sendiri dalam video animasi ini bersama dengan pelajar saya di akhir sekali. Contoh.
Cikgu, sekiranya saya sebagai pemimpin, cara saya memajukan sistem pemerintahan dan pentadbiran negara ialah menjadikan hubungan yang erat antara kaum agar membentuk panduan yang buruk. Selain itu, mewujudkan generasi yang berilmu pengetahuan dalam berbagai bidang supaya meningkatkan kemajuan pendidikan negara. Seterusnya, melahirkan masyarakat yang
Okey, begitulah tadi sedutan video animasi tersebut. Video ini mengambil masa selama 7 minit sahaja. Okey. Seterusnya, untuk menguji kefahaman pelajar tentang Badan Ajaib dan Peptinas ini, saya telah membina satu modul untuk jawab soalan kebat. Saya namakan modul Badan Ajaib dan Peptinas, di mana dalam soalan tersebut saya telah membuat soalan berdasarkan rangka badan ajaib tadi. Boleh lihat dekat slide, kepala ayat dan isi pelajar tulis kat sini, kemudian huraian pertama, huraian kedua, contoh dan inference. Jadi jika soalan ini 4 markah, pelajar memang akan dapat markah penuh untuk soalan tersebut. Dan di akhir sekali dalam modul ini saya sediakan sebanyak 30 soalan. Pelajar dapat membuat soalan ini berdasarkan format yang betul. Okey, ini adalah contoh soalan dan jawapan yang menggunakan Badan Ajaib dan Peptinas tadi, iaitu yang berwarna biru ini. Contoh soalan, mengapakah sistem pentadbiran yang sistematik penting bagi sesebuah negara? 8 markah. Jadi pelajar akan jawab dulu salin dulu kepala ayat, sistem pentadbiran yang sistematik penting bagi sebuah negara kerana itu adalah kepala ayat. Saya wajibkan pelajar tulis kepala ayat sebab apa kepala ayat ini akan mempengaruhi jawapan-jawapan pelajar selepas itu. Kemudian yang berwarna hijau ini adalah kata kerja positif sebab soalan dia soalan berbentuk positif. Jadi pelajar kena guna kata kerja positif. Kalau soalan tadi soalan berbentuk negatif, mereka boleh ubah menggunakan kata kerja negatif tadi. Dapat meningkatkan keamanan dan dalam negara. Jadi yang berwarna purple ini keamanan, perpaduan, bertolak ansur, ekonomi, taraf hidup rakyat, hak asasi. Semua ini adalah isi-isi yang telah saya sediakan dalam Peptinas itu. Pelajar boleh pilih sesuaikan dengan kehendak soalan. Kemudian struktur ayat ini berdasarkan rangka badan ajaib. Okey. Seterusnya ini adalah langkah pelaksanaan di mana setelah saya menghasilkan teknik ini, saya terangkan kepada pelajar berbantukan video animasi tersebut. Ini yang di dalam kelas. Okey, langkah yang kedua, murid menjawab soalan kebat dalam modul yang telah disediakan tadi. Okey, begitulah tadi langkah pelaksanaan. Seterusnya, hasil kajian. Melalui pemerhatian, saya mendapat 3 perkara yang utama. Bukan hanya keputusan peningkatan pencapaian dalam menulis kemahiran jawapan yang meningkat, tapi hasil kerja pelajar itu, saya lihat jawapan mereka sudah lengkap dan betul. Mereka dah boleh menjawab mengikut peruntukan markah. Kemudian dari segi responsif mereka, sikap mereka dapat meningkatkan keyakinan, lebih bersikap positif semasa dan kelas sejarah. Kemudian berdasarkan temu bual saya kepada beberapa orang pelajar ini, mereka menyatakan bahawa mereka seronok berada dalam kelas sejarah, bersemangat, lebih yakin dan suka sangat nak buat soalan berbentuk kebat. Jadi berdasarkan analisis hasil kerja murid, kalau sebelum ini tiada jawapan, selepas mereka sudah ada menulis jawapan dan boleh menjawab soalan. Yang kedua, kalau sebelum ini jawapan mereka longgar, sekarang jawapan mereka sudah lengkap dan betul. Okay. Yang ketiga, sebelum ini jawapan tidak berstruktur, sekarang mereka dapat menjawab dengan lengkap, iaitu seperti badan ajaib, ada kepala ayat, isi, huraian pertama, huraian kedua, contoh dan inference. Okey, ini adalah hasil kajian. Ini sebelum jawapan mereka tak ada jawapan untuk kertas ujian, latihan tak cukup markah, hanya salin pangkal soalan, dan selepas intervensi dijalankan, jawapan mereka lengkap. Jadi untuk memberikan semangat kepada mereka, saya bagikan penubuhan di sini, chop semangat kepada mereka. Okay, ini adalah contoh jawapan lengkap yang lain daripada pelajar-pelajar lain. Dan ini adalah jawapan kehebat pelajar semasa aktiviti pembentangan. Saya laksanakan aktiviti selama 12 minggu itu secara individu, berpasangan dan juga secara berkesimpulan. Jadi sekarang mereka sudah mampu dan tahu di mana isi-isi jawapan kehebat tersebut. Okay, ini adalah jawapan ujian POS. Ini adalah jawapan pelajar yang mula-mula tadi, yang tidur tadi. Saya ambil jawapan pelajar ini dan pelajar ini semasa ujian POS dia dapat markah penuh untuk bahagian kehebat. Okey, ini pelajar sebelum tadi tidur. Selepas intervensi dijalankan, dia lebih bersemangat untuk hadir ke kelas. Dengan adanya bahan modul seperti ini, bahan rangsangan, dia lebih berkeyakinan untuk menjawab soalan. Okey, ini juga selepas sikap mereka menunjukkan lebih berminat. Mereka hadir awal, saya bagilah hadiah kepada mereka yang datang awal, betul semua jawapan. Okey, ini pula adalah perbezaan ujian pra dan ujian pos mereka. Palang berwarna biru ini adalah markah ujian pra dan palang berwarna oranye iaitu markah ujian pos, di mana semua pelajar telah dapat markah melebihi 30 hingga 40 markah. Okey, dapatan soal sidik juga saya mendapati, ini pelajar yang jawab. Mereka kata teknik ini dapat membantu mereka menjawab soalan kehebat dan sejarah. Setuju dan sangat setuju. Seterusnya, ini adalah refleksi murid. Saya minta belajar tulis dalam kertas kosong. Ada beberapa refleksi pelajar saya letak kat sini. Dia kata teknik ini dapat memudahkan saya dalam membuat ayat. Ia juga dapat membantu saya membuat karangan bahasa Melayu. Itu yang dikatakan pelajar dalam kelas saya. Okey, ini refleksi segi video. Okey, itu tadi ada video refleksi pelajar. Impak kajian saya kategorikan kepada 3 bahagian iaitu individu, guru dan sekolah. Dari segi individu, murid kelihatan lebih yakin, lebih seronok. Mereka juga boleh menulis jawapan kebat dengan sangat baik. Dari segi guru, saya sendiri pedagogi saya boleh menjalankan PLC iaitu perkongsian amalan terbaik kepada guru-guru sejarah, malah kepada guru-guru dalam subjek lain. Untuk sekolah itu adalah satu pembudayaan amalan PAK 21 untuk memantapkan PDPC guru-guru. Okay, ini adalah perkongsian kajian perkongsian teknik badan ajaib penampilan Pinas bersama-sama dengan guru sejarah peringkat daerah Seratok dan juga perkongsian dengan guru sejarah dan guru bahasa Melayu di SMK Kabung. Jadi sebagai kesimpulannya, perubahan pengajaran guru ini perlu kita lakukan memandangkan kita sebagai ejen pelaksana kurikulum perlu mencapai 2 hasrat akhir KPM yang dijelaskan dalam pelan pembangunan pendidikan iaitu kemenjadian murid dan sekolah berkualiti. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Cikgu Yusuf. Dan dengan berakhirnya pembatalan itu tadi, pembatalan kecantikan kita dan juga perkongsian kita tamatkan seketika dan kita akan sambung semula pada jam 2 petang nanti. Pihak Madu.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of International Educational Action Research Seminar 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon you will be hearing the presentations from the presenters through pre-recorded videos. That means we'll be watching the videos and there will be no Q&A session except for the last presenter from Thailand. So without further ado, let's welcome the first presenter, Ahmad Shamil bin Abdul Rahim from SK Hakim Kedah with his action research entitled A Qualitative Study Investigating the Differences in the Characteristics between High and Low Grade Point Average Schools in Kubang Pasupeda.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good day everyone. Welcome to International Seminar 2022 Carato Education District Office in collaboration with Kabung Adun and 640 Service Center. My name is Ahmad Shamil bin Abdul Rahim, currently a Senior Assistant of Co-Curricular Activities in Sekolah Kebangsaan Hakim Kedah Darul Aman. I'm going to present you my study entitled A Qualitative Study Investigating the Differences in the Characteristics between High and Low Grade Point Average Schools in Kubang Pasir Kedah. In this presentation, I'm going to divide it in 5 parts. The first part is introduction, second is issue, third is methodology, fourth is findings, and lastly, the summary and the conclusion of the study. We move on to the first part, the introduction. Malaysia Education Blueprint MEB 2013-2025 has been launched in 2013 as a transformational to the Malaysia educational system. To make this plan a reality, every school should be led by high-performing leaders. Schools that are performing on a level comparable to the international standards in both academic and non-academic metrics have been awarded as high-performing schools. However, in order for the schools to be known as a high-performing schools, there are some characteristics that need to be considered. There are some characteristics that need to be achieved, to be met, so that the school can be tagged or can be classified as a high-performing schools. Next, the issue in the study. Okay. From my reading, I've come out that every high-performing school should meet some criteria. Based on the readings, I've listed 9 criteria for every high-performing schools that they should have met. Number 1, high-performing school should always offer a secure and peaceful learning environment for the students. Number 2, high-performing schools should practice a culture with high success expectation. Number 3, high-performing school should have a clear and focused mission where the staff have a common knowledge and commitment to the educational goals. Number 4, high-performing school should always monitor students' progress on a regular basis using different evaluation methods. Number 5, high-performing schools must have effective home-school relation. Home-school relation here means the connection between the teachers, the community, and the parents. Number 6, high-performing schools should exhibit good instructional leadership and also or democratic style leadership. Number 7, high-performing school must focus on students' learning opportunity. Number 8, high-performing schools must provide a platform for professional learning communities, PLC, to enhance professional development among the teachers. And lastly, number 9, high-performing schools must always align the curriculum, instruction and assessment used in their school with required standards that are able to mirror the students' learning progress. You can see here that one conclusion that we can make here is high-performing schools must always prioritize the students' progress, students' learning progress, students' academic performance, and all about the students. So, I have come up with 3 questions to answer during my study. Number 1, what characteristics lead to excellent school performance? Number 2, how do these characteristics contribute to school performance? And number 3, what are the differences in characteristics between high and low grade point average schools? The methodology of my study is using interviews as a source of data gathering provides an understanding when the participants can provide explanation, a deeper explanation, in-depth explanation, as well as personal viewpoints on the topic of the study. An interview protocol was prepared earlier before the sessions take on, and also in analyzing the data, I record and transcribe all the personal interviews. Why? So that I can effectively capture the original meanings and quotes. The question for the interviews were adapted from 9 characteristics of high-performing schools, what successful result-oriented schools have in common by Shannon and Blaisma in 2007. And lastly, the participants for the study were 2 teachers from Kubang Pasu. Okay, one from a high-performing schools and other one is from a low-performing schools. These high-performing schools and low-performing schools are based from the SPM result. Okay, so the findings from my study. Number 1, teacher A said, teachers in my schools are very well informed of the school focus. Everything is shared by the beginning of the semester by the principal himself. However, teacher B responded, honestly, I do not really know the focus well. This result is in line with Salinger and Heck and Goldring and Pasternak, who discovered that staff in schools with higher academic performance had greater consensus on the educational goal than staff in schools with lower academic performance. Teacher A said, I believe that we do have a great collaboration and communication between leaders and all the staff in school. We collaborate in almost everything because we know that it's an essential part of the teamwork. And teacher B said, no, the collaboration negotiation is not really good. Evin found that the great improvement in student achievement we seen when teachers who communicate and collaborate effectively, where both aspects are very essential to school development. It means that if the leaders, if the principal collaborate and communicate with the teachers, so that they are always discussing about the students' learning and students' academic performance, so that they always put the students on priority, and they always know and understand the students, what the students need to achieve what they have targeted before. Next is, teacher A said that the participation from the parents are very encouraged, and also the community is supporting most of the activities organized by the school. However, teacher B answered the involvement of parents and guardians with the program and activities is quite good, but it can be better. So, Best and Dunlap 2012 stated that it has long been acknowledged that family and community involvement play a key role in ensuring the success of all students. Can we imagine that students without the family support, he or she is going to have a little bit of problem. So, with these findings, it can be concluded that family, community involvement is very important to the students' learning at school. Therefore, also the development of a school requires the combined effort of those. The development of schools will become more positive if the teachers and the teachers work together positively with parents and the communities. Next is a finding. Teacher A responded, I can confidently describe my school as a very safe and intellectually stimulating environment. This is because the teachers are feeling satisfied working in the schools. However, teacher B said, okay, about the safety measures, okay, I think it's okay, except about what intellectually stimulating environment, it is not really achievable, it's not really good. Adela in 2009 claimed that academic success is correlated with the internal school climate. So it is the responsibility of school administration to foster a climate that supports teaching and learning. The school climate in school should always be positive. It must support teachers, it must support it, and it must support the students as well. Okay, lastly, This is a summary of my study. The interview sessions with two teachers from two different schools have indicated that school with high grade point average had fulfilled the characteristic of high-performing schools, while the school with low grade point average only managed to achieve parts of the criteria. Therefore, it can be concluded that a high-performing school needs to, number 1, possess clear and sharp focus. Number 2, have good collaboration and communication. Number 3, have well-aligned curriculum, instruction and assessment standard. Number 4, have constant staff and students learning monitoring. Number 5, have continuous professional development. Number 6, have safe and intellectually stimulating environment. And lastly, high-performing school should be supportive community involvement. That's all from me. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
From SK Hakim Pendidikan. Next, the presentation will be delivered by Cikgu Nancy Darius from SK Hakim from Sekolah Menengah Sains Kuching Sarawak with her action research entitled The Cruise Kit, Creative Writing Using Songs. Please welcome Cikgu Nancy Darius.
A very good morning, everyone. Before I start with my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Cikgu Nancy Darius, an English teacher from Sekolah Menengah Sains Kuching, Sarawak, and today I would like to share with all of you the Cruise Kit, which stands for Creative Writing Using Songs. So let us begin. The Cruise Kit is a pedagogical innovation that works as an alternative writing kit for English teachers. Pedagogical innovation stands for the implementation of new or different ways in the process of teaching and learning that promotes meaningful learning among the learners. It is suitable for all secondary school students from the age 13 to 17 and also for English teachers. The Cruise Kit is to help teachers to create fun, interesting and creative writing lessons in the classroom. As for the objectives, there are 4. First one is to improve students' writing skills. Writing skill is one of the crucial language skills that need to be acquired by students, especially now. As the new SPM English paper is aligned with CEFR, it is important for our students to be able to achieve at least B2 or to score A in the upcoming SPM examination. And in order to achieve that, they must improve their writing skills first. Second, to promote and encourage HOTS or higher order thinking skills among students. Higher order thinking skills is a new concept of education reform based on Dieter Bloom's taxonomy. The concept concentrates on students' understanding in learning process based on their own methods. Through HOTS questions, students will be trained to think creatively, critically, and in innovative ways. Third, to bring creative and fun activities in writing lessons. Writing is a tedious skill to learn and teach. For some students, English is a challenging subject, let alone learning to write in this foreign language. Thus, it is important for teachers to find ways to have creative and fun writing lessons so we can encourage and motivate our students to learn to write. And lastly, to help English teachers to plan and execute writing lessons the fun ways. As a teacher myself, I understand the struggles and challenges teachers face nowadays, especially in this new norm. We want to have all these interesting activities in our classroom, but when you have so many things on your plate, sometimes it seems impossible to do so. But with this kit, the cruise kit, it will help teachers to have fun and interesting writing lessons without spending too much time preparing them. As I mentioned earlier, the kit is suitable for all secondary school students from Form 1 to Form 5 and also all secondary school English teachers. Now, the issues and problems I faced prior to this innovation. First, students' preparedness is a problem in learning to write. Somehow, students always have difficulties to write during class. Some of them can't even write the first few sentences without the teacher's help. Some will even take forever to even write the first sentence. When I saw this in my own classroom, I realized that my students are not ready to write because they are lacking ideas and vocabularies to even start their first paragraph. Lack of ideas and limited vocabularies suggested to me that my students have minimum exposure to books or reading materials, which brings us to the second issue. Lack of exposure to books and reading materials. Students are spending less and less time reading English books or any reading materials that will help them tremendously in their writing paper. Reading also helps students to learn different sentence structures. For example, compound sentence, complex sentence, or even compound complex sentence, which definitely will come in handy when writing an essay. When they read less, they are unable to develop vocabulary, which then will hinder them to write an outstanding, out-of-the-box A+ essay. And when students are not ready to write due to lack of ideas and vocabulary, they will have lack of desire and motivation to learn. This is when you have students sleeping in your class, playing truant, or simply doing whatever they want in class when you are teaching in front of the classroom. They are not engaged in the lessons because they are lost. They could not relate to the activities as they don't know how, and at the end of the day, everyone will be frustrated, both teachers and students. And that is why I come up with the cruise kit, which is to help students and also English teachers in the writing lessons. Moving on, now we shall look at the content of the cruise kit. Overall, this is what it looks like. Overall, the cruise kit consists of 10 writing activities using 10 different songs. As you can see here, I use songs from Bruno Mars to Justin Bieber, classic old songs from Simple Plan, Hoobastank to Queen. Songs like Just the Way You Are, Count on Me, This Is Me, Can't Take My Eyes Off You, and Bohemian Rhapsody. Sounds impossible? Not in my classroom. Next, in every lesson, teachers will be provided with these items. All of these are compulsory to be added in our lessons, like item for civic education, the language, grammar focus, cross-curricular elements, the thinking strategy, thinking tools, and also the assessment and evaluation tools. Next, we have the lesson plan. In each lesson plan, these items will be included together, such as the learning objectives, success criteria, content and learning standard, suggested activities, and the resources required. As for the activities, teachers may follow and implement all of them or choose based on the student's proficiency level. As for the resources, I have prepared all the required supplementary teaching materials in the form of website links, YouTube links, and in a Google Drive. Teachers will only need to click on the links given and use the materials to assist them in their writing lessons. Now we will look at the impact. Before the cruise kit, I conducted a survey with my Form 4 classes, which is 4 Beta and 4 Gamma of Sekolah Menengah Sains Kuching, and it is clear that more than half of the students are having difficulties in writing class. They see reading skill as the easiest one to acquire, but writing skill as the hardest. Based on this feedback, I can conclude that my students do not enjoy writing because it requires time to think of the ideas, constructing the sentences, grammar and vocabulary knowledge, and also how to structure a good essay in order to score a very high marks in the examination. So this is the students' achievement for writing skill in the classroom-based assessment from phase 1 to phase 4. At the end of the last phase for 2021, 42 out of 52 students managed to score band 6, which is the highest level in CFR for writing skill. This is an outstanding achievement as 81% of the overall subjects managed to exceed expectations of the curriculum target. Besides that, students of 4 Beta and 4 Gamma also succeeded in various English language competitions, activities and programs ranging from district level to international level in 2021. And on 2nd to 4th December 2021, I attended CELUS in Cebu, Sarawak, and was given the chance to present the cruise kit with the participants in the parallel session. So now I would like to share some feedback from the teachers regarding the cruise kit. So far, I received 12 responses from teachers in Kuching, Sarike, Kapit, and all the way from Long Bedian in Baram, Sarawak. And these are the feedbacks. I can conclude that the cruise kit is well received and hopefully will help these teachers in their own writing lessons. As for the potential, the cruise kit is easy and simple to use. Teachers can simply teach one of the activities anytime, anywhere without any hassle. It is adaptable. I believe all English teachers will be able to teach and deliver any lessons from the kit because they have everything they need before the lesson. It saves time. As everything is good to go, teachers do not have to spend extra time to plan their writing activities, as they can simply bring this kit in the classroom and start teaching. And lastly, the cruise kit allows teachers to have fun and effective ways of teaching writing. This will bring positive vibes in the classroom and students will gain so much from this. Besides that, I do believe the cruise kit has big potential, as last year I have shared this innovation in different colloquiums and conference starting from September 2021 to December 2021. So far this is what I have achieved. The first one is e-colloquium Pendidikan PPD Padawan 2021, where I received the consolation prize. The second one is Colloquium Inovasi Guru Cemerlangan Negeri Sarawak 2021, where I was one of the Silver Award recipient. And the last one I participated was Borneo Education Research Conference 2021, where I was one of the 3 recipients of the Best Presenter Award. So I do believe that the cruise kit it has big potential, and I do encourage English teachers out there to try one of the lessons in this kit, and I can guarantee you that your students will love it, because it doesn't only help students in the writing lessons but also in the speaking and listening skill as well, because besides the writing, the students also can say something about the song, they can share the experience, they can share their thoughts about the lyrics, they can listen to different vocabularies, grammar. It is complete. It is perfect for a very fun, interesting and creative lessons in the classroom. Before I end my presentation, I would like to share my principle as an English teacher. I do believe that English should be taught and should be learned in fun and creative ways. Hence why I come up with the cruise kit. So that's the end of my presentation. I do hope teachers out there, English teachers out there, you can try to execute one of the writing lessons in this innovation. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Nancy, for the amazing presentation on the cruise kit just now. And the next presenter is Madam Noria Mahfuzun from SK Haji Puja Rangawan Putih Sarawak with her action research, Reading for Change with Kenny Book. Please welcome her.
Everyone, I'm teacher Yana from SK Haji Pujang, Rangawan Putin, Kota Samarahan. Today I'm going to share with you my story entitled Reading for Change with Candy Book. I'm teaching in SK Haji Pujang, Rangawan Putin, Kota Samarahan. There are 28 teachers and 4 AKPs. Enrollment for 2022 and 2023 is 274 students, and it is located 39 kilometers from Kota Samarahan. Introduce to you the English panel of SK Haji Pujang, Rangawan Putin. It is headed by Madam Noria and assisted by 4 gentlemen, Mr. Khairi, Mr. Selo, Mr. Peter and Mr. Anil, and our slogan is Teaching English the Hard Way. Ladies and gentlemen, you must be wondering, what is a candy book? Candy book is actually a big book which is specially designed to be more exciting, 3D, attractive, and with colorful big fonts and pictures. It is based on Supermind Book 1, Unit 1 to 4, and all words are based on CFR standards. The creation of this candy book is triggered by our Year 2 pupils' inability to read words, phrases, and short sentences. It is created based on the Supermind Book 1, 58 selected words and learning standard 3.1.1, identify and recognize the shapes of the letters in the alphabet, 3.1.2, recognize and sound out with support beginning, middle, and final sounds in a word, 3.2.3, we read a word, phrase, or sentence to understand meaning. It focuses to capture pupils' attention and to make every lesson engaging through colors, shapes, and big fonts. After putting to test as a significant approach, this study was finally conducted for almost 2 consecutive months. Let me share with you all the making of candy book. The materials needed are recycle or reuse mountain boards, stickers, Brothers printer ink, sellotapes, metal binding rings, and altogether the expenses spent are only 24 ringgits. The content of the candy book is organized from letters, words, phrases, and short sentences. It is from easy, medium to hard. For your information, materials in candy book are adapted from Teacher Ash. I took this class in March 2021, right after the long break due to pandemic. I discovered that pupils had problems in decoding words, shy and very reluctant to read. So I did a pre-assessment using Supermind Book 1, and the result showed that 6 out of 20 pupils had reading difficulties. So I decided to use Candy Book to supersede this problem. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the learning record, I discovered that pupil number 1, 4, 5, 10, 11, and reading difficulties because when they read, they had lots of omission, also sounding, wrong pronunciation and repetition. Ladies and gentlemen, when did I do these remedial activities? I did it during my English period, 10 to 15 minutes, while the other pupils are doing their tasks. I grabbed these 6 pupils to my candy book corner to interact and engage with them. For your information, they are very forgetful, shy and require extra attentions. I started by letting them touch the letters in the candy book and mentally figuring out how letters sounded. By doing this, pupils are given the hint as to how to decode words. Next, I move to the word level. I repeatedly guide them to say the words and also associate them with their spelling and meaning. We also play language game and sometimes I challenge them to find the words in the classroom itself. So the pupils are having fun while reading. Then I move on to the phrase level. They are able to read most of the phrases because they are familiar with the words. My dear listeners, finally I move to the last level, that is the short and simple sentences. I tried shared reading with them. Then I found out that shared reading boosts their confidence because they felt the support from the teacher and their friends. A non-threatening environment gives them great pleasure and opportunities to read. After the 6th week, I ran a running record again and the result was stunningly good. 5 out of 6 pupils are able to read the whole content of the candy book with minimum mistakes. Unfortunately, I have 1 more pupil who needed further guidance. Candy book is very effective in teaching reading. Firstly, Candy book has many unique features. The name itself is catchy and its design is trendy. Candy book has big fonts, large pictures and very engaging. Teachers can come up with various activities such as King's Game, treasure hunts and quizzes. Next, Candy book is a time saver for teachers. Before Candy book, I used to use handouts, books and charts to teach reading. It is time consuming because I could not hold their attention long. With Candy book, I can sustain their interest and attention. Candy book is also user-friendly because the pupils learn from letters to words, then to phrases and short sentences. They started from baby steps and later bloom and shine like a star. It is easy to navigate and any teachers can make use of it. Candy book also serves as a multi-purpose book because aside from teaching reading to pupils, the other DLP teachers can also make use of it as a guide for sound system and also dual language translation. Finally, Candy book is also used as an integration of other subjects like science, maths and RBT. For example, the word butterfly. What color is the butterfly? We are teaching English. Is it a living thing? It's science. How many butterflies can you see? Maths. Ladies and gentlemen, sharing is caring. I have done a lot of sharing about Candy book in my own school and other school in Kota Samarahan districts. My team and I have also participated in Client Day organized by Institute Aminuddin Baki and also by PPD Samarahan itself. We even have a visit from YB Datuk Rubia and YB Ideal to our booth. During PPD Samarahan Client Day 2022, we received positive comments and suggestions from IPG trainees, lecturers, PPD officers and other teachers from other schools. As you can see, the 3 scholars also love Candy books and they were so excited and happy to get balloons and candies after reading the Candy book. My dear listeners, Candy book is also involved with plant, Sejak Membaca 2022 organized by KPN, whereby 10 of our Year 4 pupils learned to read with Candybook. The result was amazing, proven here that Candybook can be used for other classes in teaching reading. My dear audience, Candybook had also participated in 3-minute teaching 2022 Prozone Kota Semarang and won top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the English panel in my school will always hold on to our slogan, teaching English the hard way. We will always discuss ways to upgrade our Candybook and what other future actions to be taken. Good news, our next project is to come up with one Candybook for each class based on the units in CFR textbooks. My dear listeners, I have also done survey in my school about teachers' perspective of Candybook. According to them, Candybook is one of the most effective way of making the pupils interested in reading. It is very interesting and it has beautiful cover and designs. It is very bling bling. It has large print and colorful designs. Pupils can identify words easily. Please make a smaller Candybook so we can carry it from class to class. A good tool to teach reading to weak pupils, and it is very economical. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Candybook 2, The Next to Bloom. Ladies and gentlemen, in view of the effectiveness of teaching reading skill by means of Candybook, I am delighted to recommend every teaching practitioner to indulge in finding relevant approach without hesitation to teach our pupil with the appropriate teaching approach. To put everything in a nutshell, reading skill is an essential skill. Reading gives many advantages for students because they can receive more information after reading. No one is able to do anything without reading skill. If we ignore reading illiteracy and keep it undissolved, then learning and teaching whatever school subject is no way. Without it, pupils won't be able to hide the ladder of boundary of knowledge. Therefore, make use of Candybook and change our pupil life. Please say no to illiteracy. Before I go, I would like to congratulate my friend, Madam Katerina Steven, SIC Plus Betong, because my idea of Candybook is inspired by her. I met her during Melta International Coaching 2019. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Gloria from SK Haji Bujang Rarawan Putih for the insightful presentation on the Candybook just now. So next, we are proud to welcome Mr. Ziham Zawawi bin Mazlan from SK Desa Pandan Kuala Lumpur to present his actual research entitled Increasing Student Turnout in Online Classes Using the Combination of LMS, Communication Tools, and Video Conference and Experimental AR. Please welcome Mr. Ziham Zawawi.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day. My name is Ziham Zawawi bin Mazlan. I am from SK Desa Pandan Kuala Lumpur. I'm going to present a research entitled Increasing Students Turn Up in Online Classes Using the Combination of LMS, Communication Tools, and Video Conference, and Experimentalized Research. COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in the implementation of online teaching by adapting technologies such as video conferencing, communication tools, and LMS. LMS stands for Learning Management Systems such as Google Classroom, Canvas, Blackboard, Microsoft Teams, and others. While communication tools involve WhatsApp, email, Telegram, and so much more. According to Mazlan, Muhammad Ali, and Munakasi 2022, the most used LMS during COVID-19 pandemic for online classes in Malaysia was Google Classroom, while communication tools that always been used during online classes is WhatsApp, followed by Telegram. As for video conferencing, the most used video conferencing is Google Meet, followed by Zoom meeting. Learning Management System or LMS often being used in higher education. For blended and online learning, tracking the students' performance, supporting the storage or displacement of course materials, and mediating communication between the teachers and the student. So these are some examples of learning management system, such as Microsoft Teams, Canvas, Blackboard, and Google Classroom. Communication tools are used to make sure students and educators still communicate to ease the teaching and learning process. So there are two types of communication tools. The first one is synchronous communication, where the communication that happen in real time, and asynchronous communication, where communication doesn't happen in real time. For synchronous communication, the example are live chat, video call, and call, meaning that the person that we are talking to or we communicate to can hear on the spot, on the dot, and they can respond and we can hear their response. While asynchronous communication, for example, SMS, short messaging system, email, WhatsApp, or Telegram, we can send something or we can send messages to them and they can read it later, okay, not on the dot. The reason for using communication tools for online classes, the first one, okay, we can brainstorming, holding virtual office hours, team decision making, and dealing with technical issues. The second one, to portray emotion while communicating. Number three, effective and quick communication. And for educators and students, it helps to seek further clarification or assurance. So these are some examples of the communication tools. We have WhatsApp, Telegram, WeChat, and so much more. As for video conference, due to the current pandemic, the use of this technology has been imposed unconditionally and with the suggestion of the Ministry of Education. In higher education, video conferencing has been used actively in distance education in Malaysia according to SARI 2002. Castelli and Savary 2020 surveyed introductory biology course that has been conducted online and surveyed students to get a better understanding of why they did not turn on their cameras. I think I think some of us educators has encountered this while we conducting our online classes. I think some or most of the students, they are not going to turn on their camera. So based on these studies, they found three findings. The first one, the students concerned about other people, whether, for example, they are wearing a tudung, they are wearing a proper attire or not. The second one, the concern about the physical being seen in the background. They might attending the class in a not suitable manner or proper place or spot, okay, or for example, or some other case, they overslept or they sleep and then they woke up and then they forgot to enter our class and they just join our class and they don't have time to make the bed. Or and the third one, they are having weak internet connection and they wanted to save their data. So these are some examples of the video conference that widely being used in Malaysia. We have Google Meet, WebEx, Zoom, and Microsoft Teams. Okay, online teaching and learning in Malaysia require improvement in terms of the quality of the instruction and the interaction during the course given to the students. Mock et al. 2021 studied the mainland China and Hong Kong students' expectation of online classes for teaching and learning after the pandemic. Based on their study, they found that 84% of the respondents expressed no interest toward the implementation of online classes for teaching and learning. This trend is signified with the current situation in my classroom for 2 billion. As this study, I have chosen to conduct the actual research to my 2 billion class, where I am currently English for this class. So from this class, we can see it is shown that a low percentage of turn up during online class. Okay, so the total number of students here is 40 people. And the average daily attendance on the first month of online classes only 12.5. The objective of the study is to evaluate the use of the combination of learning management system, video conference, and communication tools to increase students turn up during online classes. The specific objective. There are two specific objectives. The first one, to increase student turn up in online classes using the combination of LMS, video conference, and communication tools, and to formulate the suitable design of the flow of this combination. And for research question, I've come up with two research questions based on my specific objective. The first one is the combination of learning management system, video conference, and communication tools are able to increase students turn up during online classes. And the second one, what is the best formula for the flow of this combination? So it is widely known that during the online classes, teacher tends to use learning management system or video conference or communication tools. So I've come up, as this is experimental action research, I come up with the idea to combine learning management system, video conference, and communication tools. Okay, and I come up with two flow. Okay, two pedagogical flow. I will explain it later. To carry out the study, I have used actual research based on Stephen Camis model in 1981, where for each cycle there are 4 phases. The first one, identifying issues. The second one, planning. The third one, action or implementation, and the fourth one, reflection. After the reflection phases, okay, if I think that the issues or the problem are yet to be solved, I will run the next cycle using the same 4 phases. The population of the study is a primary school in Kuala Lumpur. The sample is a year 2 Belian, consists of 40 pupils. This what I'm talking about, the pedagogical setting. Okay, so there are 2 pedagogical settings. Okay, where I combine LMS, communication tools, video conference. So for the combination of flow A, okay, I'll start with LMS, followed by communication tools, and then come video conference and LMS. For the first one, before the online classes, I am using LMS and communication tools, where I posted all the notes, all the video on the LMS, the chosen LMS, which is Google Classroom. Okay, and then I will send messages in group Telegram, WhatsApp group for the teachers and for the students about the class for tomorrow class. Okay, and I'll tell them, okay, notes and videos or any appendices can be retrieved on the Google Classroom. And then during the online classes, okay, I will conduct the online classes using video conferences. The chosen video conferences is Google Meet because my students are quite familiar and favorable with video conference. And after that, for flow A, okay, during the class, I will record the lesson, and then I will post it back to the Google Classroom, and I will lead the conversation about the lesson that the students have attended, okay, on the Google Classroom, and then the students will comment and discuss among them. Okay, however, for combination of flow B, okay, they are the same for flow A except for the last part. Okay, LMS followed by communication tools, which are before, and then during the online teaching, I will be using video conference, and then after the online classroom, I will be communication tools, which mean I'll tell them, okay, if you guys have any problem or any question, you guys can text me through WhatsApp or Telegram. Okay, so the difference between flow A and flow B is the after online classroom, where flow A, discussion or communication being held in LMS, where people can chat, can comment in Google Classroom. Okay, while for flow B, communication is happening privately between me and my student. For example, me and student A, or me with student B, or me with student C. Okay, these are the results of my study. The attendance report are retrieved at the end of each online classes. So these are the results. Before the intervention, the mean for students turn up percentage only 32.1%. But during the intervention, okay, for combination flow B, the students turn up increased to 70%. How surprisingly, when I use combination flow A, students turn up increase, okay, positively to 85% and respectively 73.8% for the next month. Okay, as we can see here, okay, for the first month, July, I am not using any combination of flow, okay, for online classes. And then during August, I am using combination of flow B, okay. Okay, for August, I'm using combination flow B. And for September and October, I'm using combination of flow A. So we can see here the increment of the percentage of students turn up. Okay. Okay. So the finding, based on the gathered finding, I can answer the research question. Okay. The first one is the combination of LMS, video conference, and communication tools are able to increase students turn up during online classes. Okay. As we can see from the figure 3 from the data, students turn up before 2 during intervention has increased significantly as stated in figure 3. This data shows that the combination of learning management system, video conference, and communication tools can increase students turn up during online classes. Okay, but how you formulate, okay, when to use LMS or video conference and communication tools will affect the students turn up. Okay, according to CAM 2020, the use of communication tools, namely WhatsApp and Telegram, are favorable as learning tool. Okay. According to Mujahid et al. 2014, video conference is significantly influenced to increase student satisfaction and interest with online learning. Okay. For research case question 2, what is the best formula for flow of this communication? As I'm using two combination of flow. Okay. The first one is A. Okay. LMS and communication to before the class, the online class, and then during the online class, I'm using video conference, and after the online class, I'm using LMS where I put the recorded session and I put everything, the exercise, the notes on the LMS. While for combination B, okay, before the class online classroom, I am using LMS and communication tools. Okay, and then during the online classroom, I'm using video conference, and after that, communication being held privately between me and certain students via communication tools such as using WhatsApp or Telegram. So the results are combination of flow A is favorable among students. Thus, the attendees turn up is better than combination of flow B, noting that the use of LMS for sharing and discussion after online classes is favorable compared to the use of communication tools. Okay, LMS is providing asynchronous communication as students can relearn. Okay, I would like to emphasize the word relearn here. Okay, why? Because okay, when I posted I lead the discussion thread on the Google Classroom, which is the chosen LMS. Other people, other students, they can read our discussion and they can join the discussion. They can give some input to the discussion, and they can ask if they don't know, or they encounter or they found something new. Okay, this will enrich the learning that we have encountered that day. Okay, so when the student can relearn the taught learning content in previous online classes, and they also can discuss with other students on the discussion thread and asking the question to the teacher and read the reply and discuss about it. So it shows that combination of flow A, which means we posted everything after the class, after the online class on the LMS, is very helpful for students. Okay, so these are some example from my two brilliant, the use of Google Classroom during the intervention and the use of video conference during the intervention. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Cikgu Zawawi, for the presentation just now. To conclude our seminar today, our last presenter, who are from Pendidikan Secondary School, Bangkok, Thailand, is here with us today with the study of effective implementation of PLC Foundation of Pendidikan Secondary School, Bangkok, Thailand. Please welcome Tanita Sriput, Visani Tinoros, Sarita Maurikacha, and Patarapa Bamruka. Please give them a round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin, I would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Tanita Sipan.
Okay, my name is Patharapong Bamrungrat.
So we are both teachers from Perpana School, and we also have one more presenter.
Okay. Okay.
So we have teacher Puritat as well as our presenter today. So the content for our research is the study of the effective implementation of PLC Foundation in Perpana Secondary School. So as you may know, PLC is a community that we would like to have all the members that who have the same goal together to share it together. I will pass the mic to teacher Puritat.
Yes. Okay. I'd like to introduce a short before. My name is Peringkat head of secondary school of Peringkat School. So next presentation, please. I would like to introduce about two keywords for sustainable and about some pathway to make PLC to sustainable and empower to teacher to make this. Okay, we start with trust and team of teachers, and after that, in 2017, we embed collaborative learning. That is a philosophy of Professor Manabu Sato from Japan. He is famous about SLC philosophy on school as learning community. Yeah, that collaborative learning had to embed in Permpata School. So next year, 2018, school as learning community that embed for solve bullying problem in my school, because bullying problem is an obstacle for collaborative. We have to solve uh, bullying first. And next year, in 2019, Permpatana School focus on formative assessment for assessment about PLC assessment for collaborative learning. We have to focus on the formative assessment in this year. In the last year and 2020, we found that COVID-19 problem all around the world. So home-based learning or HBLC, that is online lesson study for uh, develop my teacher and develop the learning in my school has embedded from this year, and for so the COVID-19 situation. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. As PLC has taken place in Patana Secondary School for 5 years, we wanted to have a thorough view on how do we manage PLC in our school. In addition, we would like to know how effective is the PLC on teachers as well as student development. Even though PLC is being conducted by the teachers, the goals of community, including both parties. That's why we wanted to focus the results on both parties, both of them. Moreover, with only 5 years, there are more things to learn and improve right along the way. Thank you.
Okay, so after the objective that we want to conduct from the research, right? So we do have PLC in Thailand, not just only our school, but as a part of policy from the Ministry of Education in Thailand as well. Then we try to focus more on how do we do PLC in our school, Patana School. So we found there are 2 formats and process that we need to do. So the first one is informal. So informal can be included as a group of teachers as well as the individual teachers that are consult or ask for opinion from the teacher as well. So as a group, we can be 2 or 3 more teachers or one-on-one as individually. So the process as the informal one, so we start consulting with other teachers without hesitation. We want to build a strong relationship with the teacher as well. Next, we exchange the ideas and sharing knowledge, not just only the lesson itself, but also the knowledge or ideas from the student itself, because one teacher may not teach only one class or one grade of the student only. And then after we talk about or share the ideas, we adopt the method and try to adapt them into class, and then we do a result and then reflect on this process. So the process of informal meeting can be as frequently as we want to be. So it can be repeated after lunch, during the break time, it can happen that way. But then for the formal part, as I mentioned before, PLC is a part of policy that we need to do in the school in Thailand. So the formal part, of course, we have to gather all the teachers in the secondary school to have a meeting, but not just only secondary school. In our school, one teacher can manage and have more roles than homeroom teacher, not like teaching teacher as well, but we also have to take care of the student as a homeroom teacher, as well as a coordinator between the department. So one teacher may have more than one role. For this one, because we have to have a meeting with a lot of teachers, that's why we need a formal process, a formal format to do the PLC. According to the screen, as you can see, the circle one, right? So the first one, we need to start or create a safe zone for all the teachers that don't feel that we don't want to make them feel like they are not deserve or to be here. So we need to create a safe zone for all the teachers and a friendly atmosphere. So we can begin the meeting with a game like to check in all the teachers, and then after we do the check in, we provide a space where your opinion are value and valid. So all the teachers can share and try to give opinions on the topics or the issue that we want to talk about. It doesn't matter that you teach the student or not. You can give opinion according to your experiences or your field of expertise. After that, we help each other by finding the best solution to adapt and try to solve the problem. Afterward, we adopt and try to adapt the method. And then we reflect on the method that we have used, and then we can improve more and more. So this one can happen once a week. As you can see from the line, there are many meetings within 1 week. So we do this weekly.
Okay, after we did the research, we found out there are 6 benefits from our PLC. Okay, I'll start with having the determination to improve oneself and gaining resources from learning community and compiling them into the inventory. Okay, having keen observation skills to take action when problems occur or prevent them from starting. Okay, and strong teamwork, and having a sense of belonging in the learning community and feeling comfortable demonstrating growth and development. Thank you.
So after we conducted and we found out the 6 benefits that we can get from this one, right? Okay, so there are conditions that we want to have a successful PLC in the school. So what we found out is that we need to have it as a routine in PLC. So we doesn't have like, as we can see that they are informal and formal format, right? So formal format, we can happen it, we can manage it weekly, but then informal one, we want to make it happen all the time. So the teacher doesn't feel like they are left alone or left behind. So if they are struggle or they need opinion on something, they can talk to any teachers. As you add, that's why we need to create a safe zone. So once people feel safe enough to this zone, so they can consult with any teacher at all. After that, we want to create a culture of shared power, because in this community, not just one own this community. Everyone have the same goal to improve the student, improve our career. So we need to have a shared power in this community. Also, we establish a mutual learning without leaving anyone behind. We want to improve everyone, not just ourselves, but also our teachers, the colleagues that we want them to, not just as a teachers, but as a human being as well. Also, we need to take care of the student. But the main problem is that don't focus on documents. As I mentioned before, that we have PLC in Thailand. Most of the government school are focused on the documents. They have a meeting, they need to conduct and then record everything, and then you need approval from the headmaster or the principal. But then it depends on the context of the school as well. You can adapt all the roles or anything that you can do to make it successful. And then because we want to create a safe zone, that's why we try to avoid giving harsh or negative feedback on the teachers. We want, because we also are in the same community, we want to improve together. After we conducted the research, there are still 2 drawbacks on our school as well. So because one teachers, there are more than one roles. We have to teach, we have to also take care of the student, being as a homeroom teacher. There is sometimes schedule conflicts that there are many meetings. That's why sometimes we couldn't manage to get all. But then we try to catch up with all the meetings that we have to know. And the one big problem is that the misconception of PLC. Sometimes they focus too much on the documents, and sometimes they give like unsympathetic feedback. That's why we try to avoid those causes. And that's it, how we could implement a successful and effective PLC in our school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just now. It's such a great pleasure and honor to have you with us today. And I believe your presentation just now has given us a new outlook on the topic presented. And thank you for spending your time with us today. Have a good day. So this concludes our seminar today. Thank you all for attending. We hope you have learned and enjoyed the presentations today. Thank you very much for all presenters for their informative and interesting talk. Untuk makluman semua, seminar kita pada esok hari akan diteruskan dengan perkongsian daripada dua orang penyampai ucap utama diikuti dengan majlis penambahan seminar kajian tindakan. Mohon semua untuk hadir pada jam 8.15 pagi. Saya ulangi, mohon semua untuk hadir pada jam 8.15 pagi. Dengan ini, seminar kita ditangguhkan untuk hari ini. Harapan. Sekian, terima kasih.